Rhonda, just doing a quick mic check.
I can hear you just fine.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, welcome everyone. The time is 1:30. We will call this meeting to order. Madam City Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers. Councilmember McDonald. Here. Councilmember Fleming. Councilmember Banuelos. Here. Councilmember Alvarez.
Present.
Vice Mayor Okrepke.
Here.
Mayor Stepp.
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you. We have one item today, item 3.1, our conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation. We'll go to public comment. Are there any members of the public in council chambers who wish to speak? Seeing none, we'll go online. Madam Zoom clerk, is there anybody online with their hands raised or who has dialed *9 to give public comment?
Mayor, one moment. We have one attendee with no hands raised via Zoom.
Perfect. We will close public comment and recess into closed session.
Spanish, Channel 2. Mic check. Channel 2 check. Channel 2. Channel 2. Check. Channel 2 check. Audio check. Mic check. Yes.
Welcome back, everyone. We'll reconvene in open session. Madam City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Rogers. Councilmember McDonald. Here. Councilmember Fleming. Councilmember Banuelos. Here. Councilmember Alvarez.
Present.
Vice Mayor Okrepke.
Here.
Mayor Stapp.
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present.
Thank you. And with respect to a report on our closed session items, Madam City Attorney?
Yes, Mayor. There is a reportable action out of closed session for the special closed session. After discussion of anticipated litigation in closed session on a motion by Councilmember Fleming, seconded by Councilmember McDonald, the council voted unanimously to authorize the city attorney to initiate litigation. The action, defendants, and other particulars once formally commenced shall be disclosed in accordance with Government Code Section 54957.1. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, and we're adjourned.
Rhonda, can we do a mic check?
Hi, Dina. I can hear you just fine.
And thank you. Do you want to do a mic check with the interpreters, please?
Yes. Claudia is currently in the Spanish channel, but Losha, would you go ahead and test your mic?
Sure. Hi, this is Losha, and I am your Spanish interpreter. Please let me know if you can hear me okay.
We can hear you just fine. Thank you. And we had tested Claudia earlier, so I think we're okay to go forward. Should I go ahead with the announcement?
Yes, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'd like to ask the interpreter currently on the Spanish channel to commence interpretation of the meeting. For those just joining the meeting, live interpretation in Spanish is available, and members of the public or staff wishing to listen in Spanish can join the Spanish channel by clicking on the interpretation icon in the Zoom toolbar. It looks like a globe. If you are on your cell phone or tablet, locate the three dots, tap them lightly, and put a check mark on your preferred language. Click Done to activate and begin the interpretation. Once you join the Spanish channel, we recommend you shut off the main audio so you only hear the Spanish interpretation. Losha, will you please restate this in Spanish?
Yes, Rhonda, thank you. Les invitamos a todos a seleccionar el español si se encuentra limitado en su dominio del inglés. De esta manera puede escuchar a los intérpretes del inglés al español. Si se encuentra en su computadora, busque el globo terráqueo en la parte inferior de su pantalla que dice Interpretación, donde podrá seleccionar español. Seleccione al hacer un clic en esa opción. Y si se encuentra en su teléfono celular o tableta, ubique y toque los tres puntitos que aparecen en su pantalla ligeramente y ponga una palomita en el idioma de español. Seleccione Done o Finalizar. Este último paso es muy importante para activar la interpretación. Muchísimas gracias por su participación. Go right ahead, Rhonda. Thank you.
Mayor Dio?
Thank you very much. All right, the time is, let's see, 2:03, and we will call to order our regular meeting. Madam City Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers? Councilmember McDonald? Here. Councilmember Fleming? Councilmember Banuelos? Here. Councilmember Alvarez?
Present.
Vice Mayor Okrepke?
Here.
Mayor Stepp?
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present.
Thank you. We have two closed session items on the agenda today. Item 3.1, our conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation, and also item 3.2 is a conference with legal counsel regarding an existing litigation. We'll go to public comment. If you're online and wish to make comment, please raise your hand or press *9. Seeing no members of the public in council chambers, we'll go right to our Zoom comment or our Zoom room. Online or Madam Zoom Clerk, Lauren, anybody online?
We have no one raising their hand on Zoom.
We will close public comment and recess into closed session. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for being here, Fred. We'll reconvene in open session. Madam City Clerk?
Deputy City Clerk Rhonda, can you have the interpreters make the statement in regarding how to participate from the Spanish channel again?
Yes, I'm going to go ahead and then they can repeat it in Spanish. If the interpreter currently on the Spanish channel could commence again. For those who are just joining the meeting, live interpretation in Spanish is available, and members of the public or staff wishing to listen in Spanish can join the Spanish channel by clicking on the interpretation icon in the Zoom toolbar. It looks like a globe. If you are on your cell phone or tablet, locate the three dots, tap them lightly, and put a check mark on your preferred language. Click Done to activate and begin the interpretation. Once you join the Spanish channel, we recommend you shut off the main audio so you only hear the Spanish interpretation. If you are providing public comments, please indicate you need interpreter support before starting your comments. This will be after the item is presented and we call for public comments. Remember to speak in short segments of 2 to 3 sentences, then pause for the interpreter to repeat what you have stated in English. You will be given 4 minutes to speak to allow additional time for the interpretation. Losha, will you please restate this in Spanish?
Yes, Rhonda, thank you. Les invitamos a todos a seleccionar el español, si se encuentra limitado en su dominio del inglés. De esta manera puede escuchar a los intérpretes del inglés al español. Si se encuentra en su computadora, busque el globo terráqueo en la parte inferior de su pantalla que dice Interpretación, donde podrá seleccionar español. Seleccione al hacer un clic en esa opción. Si se encuentra utilizando su celular o tableta, ubique y toque los 3 puntitos que aparecen en su pantalla ligeramente y ponga una palomita en el idioma de español. Seleccione Done o Finalizar. Este último paso es muy importante para activar la interpretación. Gracias por su participación y su experiencia es importante para nosotros. Además, también tenemos este anuncio. Si usted va a participar en los comentarios públicos, por favor, indique antes de comenzar que necesita asistencia de un intérprete. Hable en segmentos breves de 2 a 3 oraciones y luego haga una pausa para que el intérprete pueda repetir en español lo que usted haya expresado en inglés. Se le concederán 4 minutos para hablar a fin de permitir tiempo adicional para la interpretación. Muchísimas gracias.
All right, thank you. Madam City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers. Councilmember McDonald.
Here.
Councilmember Fleming. Councilmember Banuelos.
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Present.
Vice Mayor Okrepke.
Here.
Mayor Stapp.
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present.
Thank you. And again, welcome everyone. We're going to move on to item 4.1, our South Santa Rosa Specific Plan Draft Preferred Alternative. All right, and welcome members of our planning team. Glad to have you back.
Oh, here we go. Thanks. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members and members of the public. Amy Nicholson, Supervising Planner. Before we dive into the presentation, I'd like to take just a few moments to frame where we are in the specific plan process and what we are asking of the council today. So this presentation is focused on the draft preferred land use and circulation alternative for the South Santa Rosa specific plan, and it reflects the feedback on the 3 alternatives that were previously presented. This preferred alternative establishes a physical framework for the plan. So this is where housing, commercial, and other types of uses may occur, and at what intensity. And it also shows how people can safely move within and through the plan area. So our primary ask is whether council is comfortable with the draft preferred alternative as proposed so that we can move into the next phase of policy development. As you'll hear in the presentation, community feedback has been critical in shaping the preferred alternative, particularly related to land use and density, as well as connectivity and transportation safety improvements. We have heard significant concerns about housing affordability, as well as displacement as a result of the specific plan. the importance of mobile home park preservation, tenant protections, and support for annexation. So you won't see these policies directly reflected in the draft preferred alternative that will be presented this afternoon, but know that these will be a part of the policy development process that staff is beginning work on now and will be presented to the council and the community as a part of the next round, which we anticipate will be later this fall. Just one other important point that I'd like to make is the partnership between the City of Santa Rosa and the County of Sonoma. We've been working closely with the planning staff as well as starting conversations with the Community Development Commission as it relates to housing policies, given that much of this plan area is actually within the county's jurisdiction. So our goal at the end of this process is that both the City Council and the Board of Supervisors adopt this plan so that it applies regardless of jurisdiction and any future annexation decisions. So with that, we welcome the council's specific feedback on land use and circulation alternatives, as well as any continued input on policy priorities as we move forward in the process. Thank you.
All righty. Thank you, Supervisor Nicholson, for that introduction. Greetings, Mayor, staff, and members of the council. My name is Connor McKay. I'm a senior planner in the planning division. I'm very excited to present the draft preferred alternative portion of the South Santa Rosa specific plan. Thanks for the background and introduction, Supervisor Nicholson. I will move through the presentation. Just to talk about what we'll be chatting about today, so we'll go over what the project has consisted of thus far at this point in the process, and then describe the draft preferred alternative itself, and then go on to next steps in the specific plan process. Okay, so this specific plan process started with visioning exercises and getting feedback about issues and community members' vision for the greater South Santa Rosa area. This consisted of virtual workshops, in-person workshops, a survey, and tabling at various events and celebrations and things of that nature in the community. We eventually released the alternatives report, which reflected that feedback that we received throughout the outreach process. And as you'll remember, we did hold a study session with the City Council on March 24th earlier this year and got some feedback that I'll discuss later on in my presentation. So all of that feedback that we received on the land use and circulation alternatives report is informing the preparation of the draft preferred alternative that we are discussing today. And the outreach that we've performed for that thus far is that we did hold a virtual workshop in late July, and outreach is actually still ongoing. So we're tabling at community events, we're meeting with neighborhood groups. We do have another survey open that is available for folks to take as well. We did present to the Planning Commission. We held a study session with them on Thursday of last week. Today's study session, obviously, with the council, and then on August 25th, we are presenting to the County Board of Supervisors, because as Supervisor Nicholson mentioned, it is crucial to engage in an ongoing partnership with the county and ultimately get the board's buy-in on this effort. Then later on this year, as Supervisor Nicholson mentioned, we'll move on to the preparation of the actual specific plan itself, and that will include the creation of those goals and policies and the associated implementation strategy. We'll also be preparing the environmental impact report and shooting for adoption by the council and both the council and the Board of Supervisors later on in the spring of 2027. And then this slide, it might be a little bit hard to see, but this kind of shows where we are in the overall process. You'll note that we're a little bit over halfway of this 2-year process. And I will note as well that you'll see a lot of exciting deliverables and milestones between now and the adoption of the plan. And I will talk a little bit more about that during my discussion of the next steps. So just to kind of refresh the council's memory about what the alternatives discussion consisted of. So as I mentioned, we took feedback from the community's lived experiences and their visions for the South Santa Rosa area and brought forward 3 distinct approaches for development and land use changes in addition to transportation network improvements to hopefully address those issues and achieve the visions for the neighborhoods in this area. And all of that feedback did inform, as I mentioned, the creation of this draft preferred alternative that we're discussing today. And then I'll briefly recap each of the 3 alternatives that we discussed at our meeting last time during our study session. So the first alternative is a mixed-use corridor on Santa Rosa Avenue. It also uses smaller, larger parks on the eastern portion of the plan area. And then consistent across all 3 alternatives, as you'll note, we are maintaining the existing industrial designations to the west and southwest of the plan area. And then the second alternative is city-centered growth. So that really focuses increased residential development surrounding the Costco shopping center or Santa Rosa Marketplace. And finally, number 3 is centers, which kind of takes a stripped down version of both 1 and 2 and combines them to focus increased residential density to the south of Costco and a stripped down version of the mixed use district in alternative 1, primarily on the southern portion of the Santa Rosa Avenue corridor. And so I've touched on it a bit already, but we did, as I mentioned, hold in-person and virtual workshops. We presented to a broad range of city and county boards and commissions. We did hold study sessions with the Planning Commission and City Council, in addition to the Sonoma County Planning Commission. We posted a lot of exciting social media content, including an Instagram reel, which I was very happy with, in addition to email blasts to our subscribers. And as I mentioned, tabling at existing celebrations, Cinco de Mayo and the Bayer Farm Harvest Festival. It was a great time being out in the community, hearing from folks. And then you'll see a screenshot on the right side of the screen of our Facebook, one of our Facebook posts that we posted about this effort as well. And then as far as takeaways, I wanted to start with just kind of summarizing the feedback that the council provided to us during the March 24th workshop. So we heard a lot of feedback about Moreland specifically. We wanted to see investment in infrastructure in Moreland, and that is bicycle and pedestrian improvements, increased connectivity to Santa Rosa Avenue, and then focusing on that investment for existing Moreland residents and not increasing residential densities in the Moreland neighborhood due to potential exacerbation of existing infrastructure needs in the area. We also heard that we'd like to focus on supporting both new and existing businesses, particularly along the Santa Rosa Avenue corridor. And then also we heard some excitement from the council about the greenway connections that flows through along the Todd Creek, along the reaches of the Todd Creek that go through the plan area. And then we also heard support for infill closer to the urban core, acknowledging some of the costs of infrastructure as you get further away from the true Santa Rosa urban core. And then we did hear broad support for keeping displacement issues and equity issues at the center of our approaches to the discussions of these issues. And then a lot of the public takeaway, the takeaways that we received throughout the public engagement are kind of on your screen, as you'll see. And there's a lot of overlap between what the council and what the County Planning Commission and Santa Rosa Planning Commission all said. But we did notice, we experienced that most people liked various parts of each alternative, but didn't have a super clear favorite. Oftentimes, we noticed and share that there needs to be a better east-west connection from Moreland across 101 into the Santa Rosa Avenue corridor, and also back from west to east. And then that could be provided by a new multimodal crossing at Bellevue, which is consistent with the Santa Rosa General Plan 2050 and is supported by our Transportation and Public Works folks. And then an additional investment in Moreland. I didn't mention sidewalks, safer streets, lighting, public transit connections, and just overall better connection throughout the city. And then there was a lot of excitement about Santa Rosa Avenue improvements to allow for a better multimodal experience. And that, and then also, as I mentioned, keeping equity and anti-displacement top of mind as we navigate throughout this process. Okay, moving on to the draft preferred alternative. There are a couple maps that are a little bit hard to read. It's always a struggle to try to get all the necessary information that I like to communicate, so I'll just talk us through it, and if we need to revisit anything, I'm happy to do that. So we did take that mixed-use district from the first alternative and centered it on Santa Rosa Avenue with higher density residential to the south and north of Costco. So we ultimately combined the the city-centered growth with the mixed-use district alternatives. And then we decided to integrate smaller parks throughout. I think a lot of the folks preferred kind of a meandering creek pathway that connects to little outdoor open space moments along the pathway, and also provides an opportunity to traverse the planned area without needing to be on Santa Rosa Avenue. And then you'll see a broad diversity of housing types. So with the high density housing centered along the Santa Rosa Avenue corridor, with medium and lower density as you stray further from the Santa Rosa Avenue corridor, keeping in mind the infrastructure costs associated with that types of development. Then, as I mentioned, maintaining the industrial uses to the west and the south. And then I'd like to also note that none of the planned area's 17 mobile home parks are proposed for redesignation of any kind. Okay, so I talked a little bit about the transportation, but I was mainly focusing on the land use in that last slide, so I'll just kind of briefly touch upon the transportation improvements that are contemplated with the draft preferred alternative. So I mentioned the Santa Rosa Avenue improvements. So as you may remember, the city just adopted their active transportation plan, and the county has also adopted one as well. So the thought is to just integrate the scientific findings and recommendations of those plans and integrate them into this plan to make it a seamless transition and integration. And then I mentioned the multimodal path along the creek that would connect neighborhood parks in existing and new neighborhoods in the plan area. And then improving the 101 crossings at both Baker and Todd Road, and then a new multimodal crossing at Bellevue, and potentially a new bike ped crossing at Robles Avenue. And then we'll now kind of zoom in geographically to both the north and then the central and southern parts of the plan area to see what are the actual changes from what is currently designated out there. Okay, so looking at the northern part of the planning area, I mentioned that we're looking at increasing residential densities around the Costco area, leveraging the existing multitude of options for grocery and entertainment and kind of other daily needs that are provided in that Costco shopping center, integrating existing and new neighborhood parks. I mentioned the improved Highway 101 overcrossing as well, and improving just overall existing corridors and new necessary connections to enhance walkability for both new and existing residents of the neighborhood. Moving south to the central and southern portions of the plan area, so that this is where you'll see that mixed use district on Santa Rosa Avenue with commercial centers and active retail frontage to enhance the walkability experience in the area. And then you also notice that transit hub is kind of a translucent transit hub because our folks in transit wanted the flexibility to adjust the specific location as development occurs and as the city has an opportunity to procure any necessary right-of-way. And then you'll also notice the low and medium density housing to the east with a connection from Bellevue to Petaluma Hill Road, kind of the top right of your slide there. And then, as I mentioned, all the industrial uses are maintained, and then you'll see that greenway connection that starts all the way to the top right of your screen, the northeast portion of the plan area, that neighborhood park, and follows the creek pathway all the way down through the transit hub, and then eventually hopefully connecting with the Rohnert Park, the smart trail down to Rohnert Park. Okay, so here is our total projected build out, and I just want to caveat by saying this is a full build out, and realistically would likely not occur for several decades. So while it seems very striking at this point, it would be quite incremental in nature. And most of those new 6,300 residential units would result from the new mixed use areas along Santa Rosa Avenue, which we envision at up to 40 units per acre. And there will also be nearly 3 million square feet of new non-residential construction. And again, that is primarily from the mixed use and industrial areas of the plan area. Okay, so parks. So I don't think I mentioned it. The specific plan area is severely lacking in green and open spaces, which is why I'm really excited about that creek pathway and the potential to build new neighborhood parks that are all connected by that creek pathway. I think that'll be quite nice. But just to say, the city park standard is 6 acres per 1,000 residents, and the plan would include park space that would meet the standard of future residents, but that would likely be developed prior to full build out. So existing residents would get to enjoy the benefit of the parks provided in the specific plan, and that would be more of a medium term need that is addressed as opposed to being longer term. Okay, next steps. So as I mentioned, we are continuing outreach on our draft preferred alternative. The survey is still open. We have some meetings scheduled and some exciting tabling events, but that will continue through this summer, and late summer, early fall, we'll start conducting some analysis of the preferred alternative and understanding the infrastructure and circulation needs of full build out. Towards the end of the year, as Supervisor Nicholson mentioned, we will start workshopping the actual specific plan and EIR with the release of those things. And that will also include a study session with the commission and the council on those policy ideas. Yeah, eventually looking, like as I mentioned, looking to adopt the specific plan in spring of 2027. And that would be the specific plan and the environmental impact report. Okay, so that's my presentation. The final slide is just a few helpful QR codes for folks in the audience or for anybody watching online. The far left one is just the website that is online on the city's website about this plan. The middle one is if you want to sign up for email distribution, major milestone announcements and things of that nature. And then, as I mentioned, the preferred alternative survey is open right now. So if you wanted to take that and maybe save the bookmark, you can scan that QR code on the far right. And finally, there's our email address, the South SR specific plan at srcity.org. And then we have a phone number on there for both English and Spanish speakers. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to entertain any questions or facilitate a discussion.
Connor, Amy, Jessica, and Gabe, thank you very much. This is just a huge project and hugely important for the city. Thank you for bringing this back to us. Looking to council for questions. Mr. Alvarez.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for the effort that's been put into the outreach and really getting the participation from a community who has felt disenfranchised for decades. With that being said, I know it's hard to gauge metrics when it comes to participation, but how have you personally felt about the civic engagement from our community in regards to the future of Santa Rosa in the Southwest Corridor?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think it kind of speaks to the heart of...
And I think the people behind you speak to the fact as well, right?
Yeah, I think in some ways it will never feel like enough because there's always somebody who hasn't heard about the planning process that we've been doing. But I do think that throughout the employment of all the different strategies that I've discussed, you know, some pretty conventional kind of government outreach, come see us at our workshop. versus let me come meet with your neighborhood group, or you'll see me at the Cinco de Mayo celebration or something like that. I think throughout all the different approaches that we took, I think we've gotten a better response than I think a normal, traditional, conventional government outreach effort would.
And I have been present at some of these meetings, and I am impressed with the amount of people and the quality of comments and ideas that are being shared with y'all, so I do appreciate it. In regards to alternatives and hearing about the lived experience from the residents of Southwest Santa Rosa, what seems to be the biggest hurdle that they foresee besides time and you stated a little bit of it, the equitable housing when it comes to the word affordable. But are there any factors that you see worry the residents of Southwest Santa Rosa?
Yeah, I think I touched on it just a bit in my presentation, but I think just general lack of infrastructure investment. They don't feel safe walking down the street. They don't feel comfortable riding anything other than a car to go shopping or take their kids to school or do other kind of daily needs, just because of general lack of infrastructure development in the area.
Would you feel that that's part of the reason that the connectivity to Santa Rosa Avenue from Southwest Santa Rosa is so vital and one of the concerns of the community?
Absolutely.
And in regards to the way that we're looking at the corridor, actually not really the corridor, but the central housing model or the different alternatives, how will all the houses that are being built currently influence our end result? For example, Dunn Meadow. Every single time that I drive anywhere near Bellevue or down Dunn Meadow, I have to pay attention to the road as it changes. The amount of housing is an incredible amount of housing that's coming in and infrastructure that's being introduced in the area as well. But I'm wondering, the decade from now, how will this study incorporate the new housing that's now being built?
Yeah, so I think as part of the analysis that is associated with this plan, we are considering projects that are recently constructed, projects that are currently under construction, and finally projects that could be constructed in compliance with this plan. So, 10 years from now, if there's some projects that have popped up, we have analyzed the infrastructure needs of those projects, and ideally it would be an improved experience.
Now, this is a very loaded question that I do not expect to answer, but I ponder on it whenever we speak of housing. And we are doing our best to build housing in Santa Rosa, even to the point where some are saying it's too much. But will the increase in inventory ultimately, in your opinions, and this is after all just opinions, lead to more affordable housing for those that live in the area? Or will we always see this gap that exists? And it's an extremely loaded question, and I do understand that.
Thank you, Councilmember. I believe that's an excellent question. Oftentimes from the whole conversation of building housing, how does it affect the economic vitality of Santa Rosa, and what does it look like in the future? Because housing does a lot of things, right? It brings people, it brings revenue with those individuals have needs, and we have a lot of stress on the need for affordable housing. So really, what does it do to housing prices is often part of the process. I think when a lot of that is dictated by the market, it's very difficult to determine what the value of prices, housing prices will look like 10 to 25 years from now. I think when we look at these strategies, and it really, and I think you'll hear it from some of the public comment today, it's really about ensuring that we have the appropriate mix types for affordabilities and protecting certain housing types as development comes in, also recognizing development is needed, but how do you really create that full spectrum of affordability? And that's really what a lot of these plans attempt to look at, is I can't state that an affordable unit is truly affordable 20 years from now, because that's the value of the dollar, but ensuring that we have that spectrum of affordability is really critical to these plans, and understanding how we get that appropriate mix type that really does drive our economic development desires, does make sure we're taking care of our community from that wide variety of spectrums. And I think what you see today from the preferred alternative is a blending of those various types in an attempt to try to meet that, to understand where the densities make sense from a transportation standpoint, from an economic development standpoint. Also understand, and this will be a future conversation in front of the council, where we need to protect that existing housing stock, because that is important to the community from an affordability standpoint. So a very critical part of the plan, but very difficult to determine a total dollar amount on what that looks like in the future.
And thank you for taking that loaded question, and the response that you just gave is greatly appreciated. And I just asked you to look towards the future. The following question is for you to look in the rearview mirror. And the question is, when it comes to the infrastructure that we currently have, and I'll use Hearn as an example, with this lack of sidewalks, even in front of Southwest Community Park, where we just installed a light in front of Burbank Avenue. Could you explain why there aren't sidewalks to this point, and ultimately whose responsibility it is, in the understanding that we had with the developers of yesterday compared to us moving forward?
Yes, that is another excellent point. Typically, the expansion of infrastructure is often done with development, and sidewalk is a really good example of that. Most of the sidewalks that we have in Santa Rosa were a part of a development. It was the developer's responsibility. Now, the problem that creates is, how do you create continuity through that sidewalk infrastructure, because there's often gaps where development is not occurring or a developer is not required to do so. So really, one of the focuses that we have placed through the lens that we put on development applications is, how do we ensure that we're closing that sidewalk connectivity gap? There is a legal nexus is what the city can ask for as part of developments. So sometimes it creates challenges and it creates that gap in infrastructure. I think what is a really important point to a specific plan, because in many ways it is aspirational. It develops a set of infrastructure needed to support full density. It doesn't always factor into the city's current fiscal constraints. So when we determine really a cost of service analysis or a cost to the plan, which is a piece that will evolve, it really attempts to understand how you come up with creative funding solutions that help to close the gap. Because you can't completely rely on development, because development does occur in various areas and it doesn't necessarily go in a logical pattern. So as we progress through this and understand those really critical points to the community, I think an important piece is injecting some creative revenue strategies where we can look at this plan area to understand how we could potentially address that in the future. That hasn't always been factored in previous plans. It becomes very aspirational, and the reality is the appropriate funding is not necessarily there to close those gaps. But this is a good opportunity to take those challenges that we know of and try to figure out a better model moving forward that can prevent those.
And something just came to mind, the Burbank Avenue, where it varies a bit, where this is now developed land and residential land up and down the corridor over Burbank Avenue, and yet side of the street has sidewalks, and even on that side of the street, it's piecemealed. Is there anything that residents can advocate for in order to have those sidewalks placed, although it's already been developed?
Yes, usually, and obviously this is getting into Director Hennessy's arena on how those types of projects are funded, so I'll talk about that at a high level. That's very much some of the challenges, right? The sidewalk is the private property owner's responsibility. The expansion of the sidewalk comes in through development. When we look at concepts such as safe routes to schools or other initiatives where they've looked at connectivity and providing safe routes through a pedestrian path, those usually require other funding sources to close those gaps. I know much of the discussion about Roseland was gaps in infrastructure and understanding where sidewalk is and where it isn't, and how do you focus on creating that connectivity and where is the appropriate funding source for that. So I think it's always interesting when development isn't occurring, because that is based on what the economy is doing. We do go through peaks and valleys, but the need in the community still exists in the valley of development. And how do we understand how that's prioritized over other capital projects and the expenditures associated with that are needed to fund some of these. But that really becomes part of the capital project mix and understanding where those come in. As I mentioned in the previous response, understanding how much can be placed on development and pushing further for that is a critical piece too, to make sure that we don't have to piecemeal that together. But it is a bit of a challenge with those, understanding the appropriate funding strategy for closing those sidewalk gaps.
And before I give the mic back, Mayor, I do want to thank both our city staff and my colleagues for the effort to install the sidewalk, install the high visibility crosswalk in front of McMinn and Burbank, and what has been done in that intersection there is greatly appreciated by many in the community, and I definitely want to give applause to those that I know had so much to do with it, which is so many, more than I can name. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Banuelos.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for the presentation. I think first I just want to say that I think the combination of the alternatives of 1 and 2, I know bringing it back from the last time that you were here, I really like the direction that we're going in now because it encompasses so many things. I think that's really a good thing. A couple of things that I'm concerned about, though. I know in the beginning, it was mentioned that some things we weren't necessarily going to talk about today or that weren't a central part of this plan, I guess, is the issues of displacement and affordability and mobile home parks, annexation, all those things, which to me is everything. So I just want to ask, in terms of displacement and what folks, I think what I'm hearing from the community are concerned about is being pushed out of their homes once this development, which is a great thing, but there's a fine line between improvements and pushing people out, as was done in San Francisco, quite frankly. So I don't want to see that happen, especially to this particular area, which I think is a really special area. So what I'm wondering is what kind of protections do we have? I know we can talk about we're going to fight against displacement, but what kind of protections do the residents really have to the extent that it can ensure that they will not be displaced from this development in the long term?
Thank you for the question, Council Member. I would start with the limited areas where we are proposing land use changes within the preferred alternative. There are areas intended or envisioned for higher density housing and mixed use, and then sort of the lower spectrum of residential densities, primarily within areas that do not contain any residents at all right now. These are parcels that are used for light commercial or industrial uses, or they are vacant. And so we have made a real attempt or focus to understand where existing residents are located and where land use changes are suggested or proposed as a part of this process. Another piece I would add is that the policies related to displacement or tenant protections, those can be included as part of the specific plan as we move into policy development. So my comments previously were just to say that we hope to hear the council's feedback on the land use and circulation changes today. But of course, any feedback on policy direction as we move forward is also really important.
Great, thank you. That's good. And I hear what you're saying. And one thing to that, I will ask about the traffic study. I noticed that it's not out yet, the traffic study? Okay. Will that go to the Planning Commission first, and then maybe we'll see it later, or what's the plan for that?
So once we've gotten the feedback from the community and from various boards and commissions and the council and the Board of Supervisors, we'll take all of that feedback and prepare a final preferred alternative, and then we'll perform the traffic analysis and infrastructure analysis. I don't believe that we'll hold a study session specifically on that portion, but it will be made publicly available, and we'll do continued conversations about policies and the specific plan itself.
Okay, thank you. I was just concerned about it because we know currently Santa Rosa Avenue is used as an alternative to 101 in the high traffic peak times of day. So I know the idea is that we're going to have better circulation and multimodal, all that stuff, wonderful. But I still have concerns 10 years out, 20 years out, long after I'm gone, what that's going to look like for the community at that point. Once the 630, all those 6,000 rather homes get built, what that traffic is going to look like. And I see that
and I'll
Jessica
just,
wants to say something.
just add very quickly to what Connor was mentioning. So there's a couple pieces of next steps that I think are really important for the community and our decision makers, including both Planning Commission and the council. So as Amy mentioned earlier, we will be bringing a study session forward once we have a draft the draft policies ready, which is the draft actual specific plan itself, and it will include all the policies, and we will bring it forward to both the commission and the council in a study session with a focus on, did we get it right with looking at addressing some of the protections and the displacement issues that have been brought forward. So there will be that process in addition to additional outreach in a similar manner as what Connor mentioned we've already done to the community. But specific to the traffic evaluation, that will be part of the draft EIR that will come as a public hearing to the Planning Commission. So it will be out for the public for review as well as the Planning Commission. Ultimately, it will come to the council as part of the final EIR and specific plan. So you'll have a chance to look at it at that point as well.
Thank you. Let's see. I had just one other question. Okay, so with respect to mobile home parks, they are a part of this plan, right? And I know that we're talking about the county and the city. My understanding is there's about 14 mobile home parks in this plan area, 4 of which are in the city, and I know I pass them every day when I come home. You know, looking at that, that's why I'm really concerned about displacement. I know that my understanding is the county's policy is somewhat stronger than ours. And I know that's what I've heard. I haven't looked at it myself, but that's what I've heard. So I'm wondering, because I know the last time that you were all here and we were talking about how you were going to work together with the county, is there some room for you all to look at their policy and see if we can strengthen our policy to match that? If not, all of you, I would hope that both the county and the city would look at making them even stronger. Because what we don't want is for folks to be misplaced, or displaced rather. And for me, that is really important. So I'm just wondering, you know, what do you foresee in terms of that when you're putting together the final plan?
Thank you for the very important question. Tomorrow, we actually have a meeting with city and county staffs specifically to discuss housing policies as we move forward through this process. So part of that conversation, we'll be looking at the existing protections that are in place within the city and how those differ from what the county has, and that can help to inform how we develop policies as we move forward in this specific plan process. So we're very mindful of the layers of jurisdiction and different staff who are involved in these protections and implementing them, and want to ensure that we are addressing the comments that we hear and that we are truly understanding what's happening now and then what can be done in the future as a part of this specific plan.
And I just have one more question. It's around the 6,300 future housing. Again, I am not against market housing. I want to be really clear about that because I think that was misunderstood. I am for a diversity of different housing types. I really want to see more affordable housing, not just market rate. And I know the way things are set up now that what ends up happening 9 times out of 10, I'm just going to say, is that we end up with market rate housing. And I think, you know, when I look at a couple of the last housing projects that were done that were actually affordable and how, from my understanding, how quickly they were filled versus the market rate, which doesn't get filled very quickly. I think it's a question of what we need versus what we want. I know we want nice looking housing. I do too. I think it all should be nice. But I want to see, as a person that I've considered myself low income, not poor, but low income. And much of my district is that, and my district isn't the only one. And so I see what the needs are more than what we want. And so just thinking about that, and even the number of folks that are considered low income, that we've tried to fill those needs as well, not just marketing. And I'm sorry, that isn't even a question, but I guess my question of thinking about that is, how can we promote that as we're looking for folks to develop all this housing? Beyond the 15% that we have right now, which I don't think is enough, and the low, what folks always tell me, low fees that are charged if you choose not to do any affordable housing.
Thank you for that question. So yeah, I think those are all very valid points. So the 6,300 units that were mentioned, those are not identified as market rate or affordable. It is just a total number. So I think, as we start looking at the policies that we've talked about, we can certainly add in some language to help emphasize the fact that we really want this to be a diversified area. But I also do want to emphasize the city has our regional housing needs numbers that we have to address. And so there will be an emphasis, from our perspective, to make sure that we are addressing that as we move forward with both the policy and in our conversations with developers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. McDonald.
Thank you for the presentation. I too appreciate the mixture of the alternative plans. I think you guys did a great job from council feedback. And I appreciate that. I was looking more at slide 11 on a couple different things. You're saying in here that the mobile home parks, we're not proposing redesignation, and just going off of what Councilmember Benuelos said, is there a way for us to protect the mobile home parks from being redesignated to anything but that? Or have you seen policies put in place where there's sort of an overlay to prevent them from selling to make them even affordable housing? Because we know mobile home parks are one of the most affordable ways for families to be able to stay in parks. And that goes for our senior parks as well as family mobile home parks. So I'm just curious, have you seen any language like that?
Thank you for that question. So I think to start, as mentioned, we already have in the city a mobile home land use designation as well as a specific zoning district for that. It's different in the county, but in the city we do have that, and the allowed uses within that mobile home zoning is very limited. But it's something certainly that, given all of the comments and concerns that we are receiving from folks that live in those areas, certainly something that we can start looking at as we move forward, again, from a policy standpoint, but also looking at our zoning regulations to see if we want to shrink that down even more to make it more limited to that housing. And so any future request to change it to something other than that would be through both a rezoning and a general plan amendment, which would have to come before the council.
Thank you for that clarification on that process and what we can do as we potentially tighten language moving forward on those specific areas that are currently designated as mobile home parks. What I notice on slide 11 specifically, if you're able to pull it up, you don't need to, but I see a lot of light yellow that says low residential, medium low residential, when I'm looking at your color coordinated map, which I appreciate, by the way. But I am seeing a lot of mixed use, and as you said, Jessica, was that the 6,300 units, they're not determined of how that is going to go. But if I'm looking on these color coordinated maps, wouldn't it show that we actually have a lot of area that's going to be for low residential, or is that considering the price of the market or just low residential of how many they're putting in those areas?
Yeah, so those designations are the density. So low density residential, 2 to 8 units per acre. So the colors differentiate the amount of units that can go on the site. It doesn't identify the affordability. So yeah, when I said the 6,300 units aren't identified, what I meant by that is that they aren't identified as far as the level of affordability that
those units would be.
That's just the density of those areas.
That's
nothing to
correct.
do with the affordability. Thank you for that clarification. Now it makes more sense what Councilmember Benuelos was saying, because I was thinking they actually meant a fairly large area. So thank you for that. I think that is most of my questions. One of the questions I had, you had on the map, Connor, where you had connectivity from south to, east to west on a couple different roads. Could you tell me what that would look like for connectivity? I know we just did the Hearn Avenue hub. We're talking about a bridge to connect, northwest to northeast, but could you tell me what that might look like for connectivity? Would it be over the freeway, or what are you looking at for those?
Sorry, thank you for the question. Could you clarify, are you looking at a specific?
I think it might be under transportation, or there was something that said improve existing Highway 101 crossing. So I think it's on slide 12. There's some little arrows going back and forth. It says proposed Highway 101 crossing. You have a couple different areas.
Yeah, so I'll start with the improved existing. So part of the feedback, and I mean, I've driven on that Todd Road crossing many times, and it's not a very comfortable experience. So that would be partnering with city, county, public works folks, and seeing if there's any sort of traffic design changes or striping or things of that nature. It just kind of identifies that it is an existing issue that we'd like to improve. To improve the experience of particularly the Moreland neighborhood getting east to Santa Rosa Avenue. And then moving north, you'll see a proposed Highway 101 crossing. That first one, that Robles, that is kind of contemplated to be just a bike and ped bridge. And then the one north at Bellevue is contemplated to be vehicles as well. And as we know from the Hearn overcrossing, things get put on maps or in plans, and it takes years and years of CIP prioritization and fundraising. But this is kind of that planning exercise at this point.
Great, that's helpful to know. I'm glad you're meeting with the county to remind them that any area that's still in county jurisdiction should be having infrastructure done by the county coffers before we take over from the city. So I hope you can convey that message in your meetings tomorrow as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? Let's open it up to public comment then. We'll start in council chambers, and we have some names in front of us. If you do want to make public comment, you can submit a card at the back. Otherwise, please be waiting by the podium when it's time for you to speak. And if you're online, please raise your hand or dial *9 so that when we move to online public comment next, we know that you have a comment. Let's start with those who've submitted their cards. We'll start with Linda, Caitlin, and Abby. Again, Linda, Caitlin, and Abby. And if you can use both podiums so that we can move through this efficiently, that would be appreciated. And if you do need help with translation, then you will have an extra 2 minutes. It'll be 2-minute public comment, but if a translator is required, then we'll provide extra 2 minutes. So Linda, you have the floor.
Hello, everybody. It's Lina for the record. Lina Blanco. I'm a tenant organizer with the North Bay Organizing Project and Sonoma County Tenants Union. At last week's Santa Rosa Planning Commission, we had over 35 residents who live in the Santa Rosa plan area, the South Santa Rosa specific plan, and brought forward their concerns and need for essential anti-displacement protections for the mobile home parks and named some emergency concerns happening right now. Residents of Western and Plaza Mobile Home Parks are primarily immigrant and Spanish-speaking families, veterans, survivors of domestic abuse, single mothers, people living with disabilities, and elders living on fixed incomes. Many of the folks who live in these parks experience displacement not only from the 2008 financial crisis, but also from the 2017 wildfires. Folks are enduring pressures not only from possible displacement from the South Santa Rosa specific area, but also from corporate investor Harmony Communities who recently bought their parks. Residents have faced an onslaught of intimidation and harassment by Harmony, including 7-day notices, the overnight removal of 40 essential shade-providing trees, park maintenance neglect, etc. You know, Harmony is investing right now, not 5 of the 9 parks that Harmony Communities owns is in Santa Rosa, and 3 of those are in the unincorporated area in the South Santa Rosa specific plan. If the city and county move forward, we need to see some essential renter protections. That includes baseline targets for preserving housing for extremely low and very low income households, protecting mobile home parks through specific land use designations, stronger rent stabilization, and safeguards against park closure. We want to see just cause protections for all renters in Santa Rosa to match or exceed protections in the county. We want to adopt rent stabilization and cap of annual rent increases by 3%. You know, we support investment in the planned area, but want to make sure that the folks who live here can stay rooted here. Thank you so much.
Ms. Blanco, thank you. Caitlin.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mayor Stopp and council members. I'm Kate Vibey. I'm a housing policy analyst at Legal Aid of Sonoma County. And today I'm here to urge the city to invest in South Santa Rosa without displacing the low-income, working, Latino, and immigrant families who live in these neighborhoods and call them home. Medium household income here is just $60,000. That's a full 35% below the citywide average. And this area, which has long deserved access to services, to infrastructure, and to basic amenities that residents in the rest of Santa Rosa enjoy, they deserve to have investment that starts with protecting housing stability of families who live here. This area has 17 mobile home parks, over 1,000 homes and RVs. These are some of the last naturally occurring affordable housing that we have. And corporate investors, as you've heard, have already been acquiring parks in anticipation of rising property values in the area. When a single new affordable unit of housing costs $500,000 to develop, preserving what we have is one of the most cost-effective tools that the city has at its disposal to prevent displacement and homelessness. And the planned zoning should reflect the city's actual needs. Appreciate the comments from some of the council members today. City is on pace to build only 56% of its very low RHNA targets by 2030. Meanwhile, it's on target to build 231% of its above moderate income housing. And we see this in the low density, the single family zoning on the east side tied to the Todd Creek development, which is rumored to be the first project to come forward and materialize out of this plan. Displacement also carries environmental consequences. I want to highlight that in a community that's already significantly environmentally burdened and has significant health disparities from the rest of the city and the county. So please highlight anti-displacement measures as part of this plan. Happy to work with council and staff on any of those specific policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Caitlin. We'll go to Abby, and then Norma, Marina, and Angel. Abby, we'll start with you, and then Norma, Marina, and Angel. Abby, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I'm representing Santa Rosa YIMBY, an all-volunteer organization of over 500 Santa Rosa residents dedicated to building Santa Rosa into an affordable, vibrant, and low-carbon city. We're pleased that the proposed alternative addresses our top priorities for Santa Rosa, one of which is concentrating housing density near downtown, improving connections between east and west, and recognizing the need for multimodal corridor improvements along Santa Rosa Avenue. We encourage you to propose some additions to the plan, which include increasing the density near the eastern urban wildlife interface to generate the revenues that will be needed to offset the new roads, utilities, and vegetation maintenance that the new development will require. In our analysis, the proposed low density is not adequate to pay for the costs of maintaining the necessary public infrastructure. Secondly, in order to maintain the affordability of the Moreland neighborhood, encourage increased housing supply in that neighborhood. Offering additional housing opportunities will help keep the cost of housing at an affordable level. And third, to retain the possibility of a future smart station in the south area that will serve the proposed cluster of industry, housing, and retail as we, in the future, decrease dependency on cars. Thanks so much.
Ms. Arnold, thank you. Norma, Marina, and then Angel, and use both podiums, please. Norma.
Hi, my name is Norma Fernandez, and I lived in Western Mobile Home Park for 15 years. I live on one of the mobile home parks. There's 17, and if I'm not wrong, and I just come to ask and plead that we will not be removed. We know your building. We know it looks beautiful, our city, if it looks nice and clean. We're part of Harmony. Harmony, we have no management. We have no one to look after us. We're just abandoned. I'm by the freeway, an apartment or space number 64, and I have no lighting. I've been asked and rejected my petition. If I don't like it, I can be removed. We had the big word that of course they're gonna develop new apartments, they can make more money. I am a widow. I have my grandkids, my son, and myself living there. We all live in different mobile homes. We try to keep it clean ourselves. We think we deserve a little hearing, a little respect. We're all together here, and we appreciate each and every one here that is taking a little ear on us and say, hello, we're not alone. When I bought that home before my husband passed away, I was excited to get it. Now I'm afraid. Now I can't speak out. If I don't have a lightning outside and I'm in the dark spot, well, that's okay, because if you're complaining, you're out. If you don't like it, you can't afford anywhere else. I know I cannot. That's why I'm there. I appreciate having a home, but I do not appreciate being left alone. When I see the streets, they're developing a lot of new homes and apartments, and it looks gorgeous. I want to look like that too. I want to have a house like that. And how are we going to do it if we cannot even keep our little mobile homes safe? We all fear. We are all talking about it, and I appreciate your time. And please make sure we have enough room to get inside our parking spot. We do not have ability to get in there if somebody goes to mobile home parks. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Fernandez. Marina, Angel, and then Alex. Marina?
Sí, buenas tardes. Yo vine aquí a pedir, a suplicar que nos ayuden, que nos apoyen, a que no nos desplacen de nuestros parques móviles.
Marina, un momento, Marina, lo siento. Could we give the instructions?
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes. Let me bring one of the interpreters back over. Claudia or Losha? Losha, am I bringing you back to the English side? If so, please raise your hand.
Yeah.
Okay, Losha.
Muy bien, señora, buenas tardes.
Ok, que no nos desplacen, que
No,
no
señora, un
nos
momentito, le
suban
voy a
la
dar las
renta,
¿Perdón?
que no nos vayan a desplazar de nuestros parques, que no nos suban la renta, que no nos discriminen, que no nos hostiguen y que pongan un poco más de atención en las cosas que se necesitan, porque la lavandería es un desastre, no funcionan. Y ahí habemos muchas personas adultas que muchas veces no nos podemos desplazar a otros lugares. Necesitamos ayuda para que no nos muevan de nuestros hogares. Son nuestros hogares y tenemos derecho a nuestro hogar, y que no nos suban la renta, que nos ayuden a que nos respeten nuestros derechos de vivienda.
Okay, señora, un momentito. Okay, we would like to have our rent to be fair, and we would also like to not be discriminated against or harassed. We would like to be paid attention to the things that we need. We don't want to be denied. And we also want to keep our home. We are older adults, and we have a hard time functioning and moving around, and we cannot move so fast. And we want them to respect us and not raise our rent. Señora, por favor, le voy a pedir que hable en frases cortas. Usted va a tener 4 minutos para poder hablar y le van a dar tiempo extra, ya que usted va a requerir interpretación. ¿Ok? Por favor. Gracias. Puede continuar.
Ok, solamente eso, porque habemos muchas personas adultas ahí, hay niños también, y pues es nuestro hogar. Nosotros necesitamos que nos apoyen a que no nos vayan a desplazar y no nos vayan a subir la renta, que dejen de estarnos hostigando cada vez que van.
So we would like
Gracias.
you guys, gracias. We would like you guys to please stop harassing us when you go over there. Do not raise our rent. We are older adults. We need help. We also have children there, and we don't want to move. Thank you.
Entendamos, Marina. Thank you for coming. Gracias. We'll move on to, let's see, Angel, Alex, and Delfina.
Will be sharing his comments in Spanish and has asked that I interpret for him.
Thank you very much.
Muy buenas tardes para todos. Mi nombre es Ángel Javier Portillo.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ángel Portillo.
Soy de Venezuela.
I am from Venezuela.
Tengo 4 años viviendo en el parque.
I have 4 years living in Western Mobile Home Park.
Soy víctima de esa compañía que agarró ahora. Tengo más de 5 meses que me han quitado más de $1,558.
You know, I am a recent victim of the company Harmony Communities. About 4 months ago, they started charging me rent, and I have lost ¿cuánto dinero?
$1,558.
$1,500 paying extra for the rent they're charging me.
Pagaba $780
I used to pay $780 for my space rent,
y me aumentaron de un solo, como dicen en México. No lo sé pronunciar. Me lo aumentaron de un solo, pero no sé lo demás.
and they increased it to a phrase that, you know, is in Spanish, Mexican Spanish, that I can't even say, but from one day to the next, they increased it. Doble, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Double.
Pagaba el doble. Llamé a Sacramento y, perdón,
I called Sacramento up.
me comuniqué en Sacramento y el muchacho que me atendió me dijo que él no podía hacer nada porque esa era una compañía nueva, que si quería que demandara, fue lo que me dijo. Eso fue la respuesta, eso no son respuestas.
So I called the company, I called Harmony Communities, and when they told me what their response actually was, it was said that we could find another place to live. That was the response that they gave me.
Y vine por aquí buscando ayuda para ver si ustedes me la dan.
And I came here looking for support, hoping that you can give that to us and to me.
Muy buenas tardes para todos.
Very good afternoon to everybody.
Gracias por venir, Senor Portillo. Next, we'll go to Alex, Delfina, and then Dwayne.
Thank you.
Alex.
Mayor and council members, thank you for letting us speak. I'm Alex. I'm from Legal Aid of Sonoma County. I'm here to share a statement from a resident of West Plaza that was not able to make it today. So bear with me as I will read both in Spanish and English. Mi nombre es Cristina, yo soy miembro del West Plaza Vecinos Unidos y he estado viviendo en Plaza durante 10 años. My name is Cristina and I'm a member of West Plaza Vecinos Unidos, and I have been a member and a resident of Plaza for 10 years. Vivo en uno de los 17 parques casa móviles del área del plan que estamos hablando hoy. Y este parque me ha brindado a mí y a mi familia estabilidad y una posibilidad de quedarnos en el condado de Sonoma. I live in one of the 17 parks mobile home parks in the area of the plan that we're talking today. And this park has brought me the ability to have stability with my family and I, and the ability to live in Sonoma County. El costo de vida en este condado es muy alto para mi familia y muchas familias. Es difícil pagar la comida, transporte y gastos necesarios. The cost of living here in the county is very expensive, and it's very hard for many families like mine to afford food, transportation, and many necessary costs. Desde que Harmony se hizo encargo de este parque, la amenaza de instabilidad ha vuelto a ser una realidad continua. La renta ha subido por muchos de nosotros $200, $300, $400, y han cortado varias cosas como árboles del parque que han estado por 30 años y nos daban sombra. Ever since Harmony took charge of this park, the threat of instability for us as a park has become a reality for everyday residents. Many of our rents have been raised $200, $300, $400. They have taken away amenities of the park, including trees that have been there for 30 years, and they provide us shade. Necesitamos medidas significantes de protección para las casas móviles inquilinos antes de que aprueben cualquier plan de desarrollo para el sur de Santa Rosa. We need significant protections for our community and our mobile homes before any plan is approved for south of Santa Rosa. No vendan nuestra comunidad a gente que quiere desarrollar y hacerse ricos y millonarios. Don't sell our communities and our neighborhoods just for people that want to enrich themselves. Porque no tenemos a dónde ir. No hay ningún vecindario económico ahora. We don't have anywhere to go. There's no affordable neighborhoods to go to in this county. Este es un asunto urgente. Con todo respeto, pido que el Condado de Sonoma y la Ciudad de Santa Rosa puedan poner protecciones para que no nos para el desplazamiento de nosotros y que no nos tengamos que ir de nuestro hogar. This is an urgent matter, and I'm asking the County of Sonoma and the City of Santa Rosa to put on protection so we don't have to leave our community. Espero que tomen en cuenta mi historia y mi testimonio y que hagan una solución. I hope you take into account my statement and my testimony and that we find a solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Delphina and then Dwayne. Delphina?
It's actually Delfino.
My apologies.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Delfino Floriano. I'm a caseworker at Legal Aid of Sonoma County. I will be sharing a comment. It will be in Spanish, so if the translator could be ready, from a tenant at one of the local mobile home parks.
Yes, I am ready. Please go ahead, and if you could please speak in short sentences, I'd appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Okay, no worries. My name is Roberto. I am a leader at Western Plaza United Neighbors. Vivo en el Distrito 3. He vivido en el parque por 26 años.
I live in District 3, and I've been living in the park for 23 years.
I am a citizen just like any other person, and I am asking for respect, dignity, because I have been living here and paying for rent, and it is my right to be able to have somewhere comfortable and stability where I am living. Desde que Harmony se hizo cargo de la gestión del parque, el temor al desplazamiento se ha convertido en una realidad cotidiana. Esto es importante para mí.
Ever since Harmony took place of the management of the park, the reality of being removed from our home has been a daily reminder for me.
Okay. Lo que está pasando, que nunca había pasado antes, es que en este tiempo vivo con inseguridad y en primer lugar cortaron todos los árboles donde yo vivo. En segundo lugar, veo que muchas personas ya no están cómodos por varios motivos y a medida de la tristeza muchos vecinos se están yendo del parque.
So what has been happening is that lately has been that they have been cutting up all of the trees where I live, and I feel like this is creating a lot of home insecurity for me. And second of all, a lot of people are leaving because they are depressed, and they are just leaving because they are very sad with what's going on.
Esto es urgente. Solicitamos respetuosamente que la Junta de Supervisores del Condado de Sonoma trabaje para solucionar este problema. Algunas opciones serían:
Okay, and this is urgent. And what we want the Sonoma County Board of Directors to do is do the following, which we're requesting.
una moratoria inmediata sobre el cierre de parques de casas móviles para evitar el desplazamiento de sus residentes.
We would like some kind of a norm or to say that we cannot be removed from our home or be displaced from it for the residents.
Reforzar la ordenanza de estabilización de alquileres para evitar aumentos abusivos de los alquileres.
to reinforce the rental ordinance so that we can avoid the abusive rent increase.
Crear una zonificación específica y protectora para los parques de casas móviles en el área no incorporada del condado de Sonoma, con el fin de proteger esta última opción de vivienda y verdaderamente económica.
And for there to be some kind of a zoning ordinance in place to protect people in the mobile home parks in the unincorporated areas of Sonoma County.
Thank you, Delfino. Mr. DeWitt. Two minutes, Dwayne.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. I'd like for you folks to give possible direction to the staff to go back to the community. The preferred draft is not something that many in the community are supportive of. As you can see by the attendance tonight, there are many folks who've come here and didn't understand exactly how this preferred alternative has been coming forward. I have attended meetings of this South Santa Rosa specific plan and have felt that it was it was like a presentation that wasn't really interested in what the community wanted to say. As a matter of fact, I wasn't invited back. And I understand that from the city's perspective because they don't want to hear something that's different than the way they're going to do it. But if you're saying that this is a community vision, you need to have what the community wants to say and have the community bring forward their desired preferred alternative, not staff's. So this is one of the dilemmas we face here at the City of Santa Rosa. It's about planning with the community, not what you're going to do to them, but what you might do with them for them. Those are distinct alternatives which do not happen here very often. As a matter of fact, the city staff directs you on how they're going to take things, and then you give it a little chance, a little airing here. You know what we call it? You do the happy talk and you blow sunshine up our tailpipes and say, oh yeah, this is going to get good. As a matter of fact, this is not happening good for us, especially for extra housing in the places where it's needed. I don't know any of these folks here, so they didn't solicit me to come down here. I'm down here because I know Roseland gets mistreated, South Santa Rosa, Moreland's gonna get mistreated, and you don't even have the money to take care of City Hall, let alone a whole big section of Santa Rosa Avenue as you go forward. So please, back to the drawing board, a couple more meetings. It won't make much difference, but at least it'll make us feel like you might have listened. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. Is there anybody else in council chambers who wishes to speak? I see one person at the microphone. If you do wish to speak, please be making your way towards one of the podiums. Go ahead.
My name is Lina Blanco. I'm interpreting for Teresa, a neighbor at Western Mobile Home Park.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Teresa y vivo en el área de la avenida Santa Rosa. Vengo representando a las familias de Parques Móviles Mobile Home, Western.
Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Teresa, and I live on Santa Rosa Avenue, and I come representing the families of Western Mobile Home Park.
Estamos aquí escuchando nuevas propuestas. Estamos pidiendo escuchen nuestros testimonios.
We are here listening to these new proposals, and we are pleading with you that you hear our testimonies.
Estamos pasando por varios conflictos que no se han resuelto y cada vez están empeorando.
We have been experiencing several conflicts that have not been resolved, and every day things are getting worse for us.
Estamos viendo a mis vecinos y a mi familia preocupados y no sabemos qué es lo que está y qué va a pasar.
I'm seeing my own family worried and my neighbors, and we don't quite know what's going to happen next.
Hay muchos cambios que se han hecho y no nos notifican, no nos dan a saber.
We are seeing so many changes in our park, and Harmony does not let us know what these changes are.
Harmony solo lo conocemos por nombre, pero hasta ahora no tenemos ninguna respuesta a nuestras preguntas.
They don't notify us of the changes, and Harmony, we don't know who they are, and the name, they don't respond to our questions, our worries, and we.
Han pasado 3 managers al cuidado de los parques, pero los 3 se han ido.
We have already experienced 3 managers overseeing our park, but those people have left already.
Podemos ver que algo no está funcionando bien.
We can really see that something is not working well here.
Estamos sin personal de mantenimiento, sin manager y muchos problemas más.
You know, without a manager, there are so many, without a manager or anybody, the care of the management of the park, we are seeing a lot of problems happening in the park.
Por el momento pedimos a Harmony o alguien escuche nuestras voces.
So now we are asking that Harmony or somebody really listen to our voices.
Porque tenemos derecho a un techo y pedimos protección para nuestras familias. Gracias.
Because we have a right to a roof, and we are asking protection for our family, and we are fighting for our homes. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Lena and Teresa. Fred.
Good afternoon, members of the City Council. My name is Fred Allebach. I'm the co-chair of the Santa Rosa, Sonoma County NAACP Housing Committee. And we didn't quite get our letter out in time, but I'm going to quote a couple of points from the letter. The 2 census tracts in the South Santa Rosa specific plan are 4% and 5% Black. Sonoma County and Santa Rosa are much less than that, but the Bay Area percent of Black is 6%. The concentration of Black residents in the plan area is significant and warrants deliberate attention to preserving community housing stability and opportunity. South Santa Rosa's specific plan represents an extraordinary opportunity to demonstrate what equitable development can look like when communities most vulnerable to displacement are considered before and not after a major investment occurs. I'm gonna switch hats and quote some from my own letter here, that on page 29 of the anti-displacement strategy, there's a lot of options and ordinances that are presented by staff, and there's also been quite a few presented by members of the public. I would suggest that in the program and policy development study, which by the way was not listed in one of the next steps of what's coming next, I found that so interesting, but the staff could put a grid to show all these things and the public's ideas too, and what they would cost, who they're gonna benefit. And a couple of things here is I live in a mobile home park. I wonder when our park is gonna be next. I don't think preserving the land use designation is enough. You need a closure and conversion ordinance update and strengthening, and rent stabilization strengthening. And the plan needs a little more balance with the socioeconomic pieces.
Thank you, Fred. Are there others in council chambers who wish to speak? Seeing no one making their way to the podium, let's go online. If you are online, if you could raise your hand or press *9, our Zoom host will call on you. Madam Zoom host, do we have any hands raised?
I am seeing no hands raised on Zoom.
Thank you. Then we're going to close public comment, and thank you to everybody who came out today and made those impassioned pleas. I'm going to bring it back to council for comments, final direction. Any thoughts from our group? A question, Ms. Fleming.
Yeah, thank you to all the members of the public who came out to speak and share your concerns with us. I'm just wondering if staff could help clarify the concerns around the public's comments around Harmony and the management with the matter before us. Because I understand the concerns of the members of the public around the management company, but I'm unclear how that ties into the issue of the rezoning, or the plan change.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So, so what we're focused on here is land use policy that will ultimately result in potential zoning regulations, both in the city and the county. The issues with harmony that is with a particular property owner. Certainly we are definitely hearing the concerns raised by the residents of those areas. We have been in conversation with our housing division, and as Ms. Nicholson mentioned earlier, we're going to be working with the county CDC on how we can help from a policy perspective. But in particular with the residents that are here today, they are from a park that is located within the county jurisdiction. So there's not, at this point, a lot that the city can do from our perspective to assist, but certainly, we're going to continue those conversations with the county.
Okay, so the residents who are here today who live in the park that is managed by Harmony are county residents. And unfortunately, the city does have resources for residents who live in parks within the city limits, but those are not available to county residents. Is that right?
I believe that is correct. We have our housing.
I'm just helping. I'm just trying to assist our listening public. Would it make sense for the folks who are in that situation to contact the county housing department?
Thank you for the question. Megan Bassinger, Director of Housing and Community Services. So yes, the city does have resources available regarding the mobile home rent stabilization ordinance that we provide to parks residents within the city limits. The county has similar services available through the Community Development Commission. So residents of parks in the county jurisdiction should reach out to the county CDC for questions and guidance on how they work through the rent stabilization ordinance, which is very similar to the city's, and any concerns they have regarding park.
And is that something that the folks here today could ask you for the contact or the website information?
Yes, certainly I can meet with them at the conclusion of this item.
Thank you. The other question I had was around gentrification. That does sound something that's more within the purview of the matter before us, and I'm just curious to know what measures we'll be taking around preservation and protection as we move forward, and if you could just review those and see if we can satisfy some of the concerns of our members of the public here today.
Thank you for the question. I would, I think, focus us on a lot of the comments that we've heard today on specific measures related to preservation. The affordable housing and anti-displacement strategy, which was done specifically for this area, was also referenced by at least one public commenter that does include a pretty diverse mix of ways to protect residents and preserve either deed restricted or just naturally occurring affordable housing. So we will be continuing to kind of flush these out as they apply to the issues that we're hearing in concert with county staff, and then bring those specific items for council to review this fall as options to integrate into the specific plan. Does that answer your question?
That does. Thank you for your help.
Thank you for those clarifications. Other comments from council? Mr. Alvarez.
In the most respectful manner that I know of, I would hope, and I believe that I do have the support of my colleagues, to invite our regional partners at the elected level to continue the conversation, how we can together provide dignity in housing in the most effective and efficient manner possible. And I'm grateful that our staff are having that conversation. But again, I do invite our regional partners to join us in having that conversation as well.
Thank you. Ms. Benuelos?
And along the lines of what Councilmember Alvarez was just saying, I appreciate that. I see you writing copious notes, so I appreciate that you are listening to what the public is saying. It is true that many of these parks are in the county, but they're also part of the plan. And there are parks that are in the city, not as many in this particular plan, and just to say, we have many parks throughout the city of Santa Rosa. So with thinking about that, I do agree with some of the things that some of the speakers were saying, and that is that before we move forward, we need to figure out how we make sure that displacement doesn't happen, whether you live in a mobile home park, RV park, or in an apartment building. I think that's something that we need to look at. I think that I'm going to just say this to my fellow council members. We need to step up. We need to step up and take some action. I think we've been watching what's happening in other jurisdictions, and that's great, but I think we need to step up and do something to protect our residents. So, and that's not on you necessarily, that's really on us, if we want to really make a difference and protect our community. The only other thing I would say is I actually am still happy with the direction this is going in. I know you're going to continue to take community input, and I think that's really important, and get more feedback, because I want to ensure that we incorporate as much as what the community wants as possible. So I'm very much in favor of that. And I was also thinking about protecting our community, but also that whatever development we do, that word equitable development, that to me, I think that was in the NACP letter, and I did read it, even though it came to us at the last minute. I read the whole thing. I represent people of color, I represent Latinos. Equity to me is really important in any kind of development that we do. So, and I know you've heard that from me, not just now, but even when I was on the Planning Commission, those are the things that I think are important. So with that, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. McDonald?
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a few more comments. I notice in the specific plans that are being brought forward, we have an increase of people and an increase of services that we're going to need, infrastructure. And I know that sometimes you have this great plan in place. It takes us a long time to get there. But have we ever done a crosswalk of about how much money this will cost us to do it, whether it's infrastructure, public safety? If you're looking at, it looked like we were going to acquire more parks, that type of thing. Oftentimes we look at these specific plans and we have this dream, but I'm not seeing the pen and pencil part of it, of how we're going to take care of that. And maybe it's in there in all of your documents, but when it comes to me to approve these plans and when we're looking at policy, I think it's wise of us to actually look at what we're biting off to make sure that we can chew it and that we can actually take care of all of these areas appropriately, because we're seeing already now how thin we're spread in the city. So I don't know if you have any feedback on that now, but I think just moving forward, that would be helpful for me.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember, for that question. So it's an excellent point, and yes, part of every specific plan, one of the requirements included in that is an implementation plan, and that addresses the short-term projects, mid-term and long-term projects, potential costs and potential funding revenue, or not revenue, but funding mechanisms to put those measures into place, and then who would be responsible for doing that. So yes, so when the final specific plan comes before the council for consideration, you will see that as part of it, and definitely would welcome any feedback on that.
Thank you, that's very helpful.
Thank you. Ms. Rogers?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to thank staff for the presentation and for all the hard work that you're doing. And I think although many of our speakers were from live outside our jurisdiction, I think that this was a great reminder that now is a time that we can collaborate with the county, and that this will allow us to collaborate even more so with the county to ensure that the low-income housing remains protected, and that's within the city limits and and outside of the city limits, and how important it is, and that the lines that we draw are imaginary, but people's livelihoods and their housing and their families are very real. So I do want to thank everyone that came out to speak with us. And I can speak for myself, but I think that I can also speak for my colleagues that we do want to protect the housing that we have. Not only do we want to increase the housing stock, but we want to protect the housing that we have. And we appreciate you coming out to tell us, to remind us. A little reminder goes a long way. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comments or direction from council? I'll just follow up on Ms. Rogers and Ms. Benuelos's point with a reminder that, a positive reminder that there are a lot of attorneys, a lot of elected officials, and a lot of city managers across the county right now working on exactly the issue that you're here to talk about today. As many of you know well, you see what's going on in Petaluma, in Windsor, in the city of Santa Rosa. We are part of that discussion. So please don't think that the city of Santa Rosa is sitting on its hands. We have our staff and our elected officials here who are paying very close attention to this discussion because we do need to protect our housing. With respect to the specific plan, I just continue to be excited with the ideas that are coming forward and impressed with the incredible amount of staff work that's gone into this. This is the last large, relatively undeveloped piece of land in the city within our urban growth boundaries. And I say relatively undeveloped because, of course, we have thousands of people living there. We have businesses. We have major pieces of infrastructure. But it is going to grow. It is going to densify. I'm excited, but when I see even the talk of bridges or pedestrian overcrossings over 101, as we continue to try to knit our city back together after building a freeway right through it. And the improvements in the quality of life that that's going to have for all residents in the city, with a special reference to those who are living in southeast and southwest Santa Rosa along this corridor. So the plan that's put forward, that's incorporated all the community feedback, it has, it clearly at least gives us a broad outline for what that part of the city can look like and how great it can be. I mean, it's a good part of the city now, but we can make it better with a lot of infrastructure investment and with good planning, and this is a step towards that. So staff, thank you very much, and thank you to all the members of the community that have put time in today and at our community meetings to help push this forward. Back to staff for a moment. You've gotten some feedback from us, and certainly from the community. Do you need anything else from us today?
I think we're good. Thank you.
Director Osborne, we're good?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just a really quick recap. I think the critical piece is the council to understand that we are moving forward now with the preferred alternative that was presented. So we'll do the technical studies. We'll look at the displacement issues that potentially can exist with that. But this is a critical decision-making point for us because we are now investing resources and understanding the financial analysis, the traffic study, all those other parts and pieces. So thank you for the feedback. This really helps us hold our timeline, and staff will move forward with council's direction.
We're looking forward to the next iteration. Thank you all. All right, we will move ahead then, and we'll move on to item 6, our report on our closed sessions. Madam City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. There's one reportable action out of closed session. The City Council met in closed session on item 3.1, anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4, as identified on the posted agenda. On a motion by Councilmember Fleming, seconded by Vice Mayor Okrepke, the council voted unanimously to give direction to legal counsel to initiate litigation against Pierce Manufacturing et al. There were no additional reportable actions taken.
Thank you very much. And before we go to public comment, I just want to thank all the members of the public again who took the time to come out. Please come back anytime. Stay engaged with this issue. Back to our closed session report. Any public comment on that? Seeing none, we'll close public comment, and we will move ahead then to item 9, our city manager and city attorney's reports. City Manager Nutt, anything for us today?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, I have several great items to talk about. First, I'm really proud to announce that Moody's Ratings, one of the world's top credit rating agencies, has upgraded the city of Santa Rosa's credit rating to AA1, the second highest credit rating in their system, assigning a stable outlook across the board. An AA1 rating is an exceptional achievement and a powerful external validation of its strength, resilience, and positive trajectory of our community. Achieving this level of financial recognition was no accident. It's the direct result of difficult but necessary decisions made by you, Council, and the work of our city departments and the proactive strategies of the city leadership team, both today and previously. Today specifically highlighted our track record of budgeting and our decisive, proactive response to budgetary pressures, including disciplined spending, executing significant spending reductions while strictly maintaining our general fund reserve, strategic debt management, implementing highly effective strategies to manage pension debt, such as the CalPERS Fresh Start program, which secures an estimated $37 million in long-term cost avoidance. Community partnership, the vital support of our residents who have passed successful voter-approved measures to protect essential city services. Responsible planning, developing publicly disclosed long-term contingency plans to ensure our financial stability regardless of future economic shifts. Beyond city operations, Moody's recognized the undeniable strength of Santa Rosa itself. Our local economy continues to thrive as a premier regional center for government, medical services, retail, and tourism. This upgrade reflects our robust property value growth, solid resident incomes, and the ongoing construction projects that underscore a deep continued investment in our city. These upgrades confirm what we already know. Santa Rosa's economy and community are steadily moving in a highly positive and prosperous direction. I want to congratulate and thank the council and our team for all of the hard work they did to achieve this upgraded ratings structure. I think it's great.
Absolutely. Our CFO is not here to take a bow.
He's hiding.
There he is. Hiding in the back. Thank you to the whole team.
I also want to say that the Santa Rosa Police Department will host a community meeting on September the 17th about the use of its Flock automated license plate reader technology. The meeting will explain how ALPR assists with serious criminal investigations, outline privacy safeguards such as vehicle-only data collection, 30-day retention, case-based searches, and audits, and provide an opportunity for residents to ask questions and offer feedback. Spanish translation and accommodations will be available, and the meeting is being promoted through a variety of avenues, including social media, Civic Ready, and future radio announcements. More to come and be published on that. In addition, 7 Santa Rosa police officers were honored by Mothers Against Drunk Driving for their DUI enforcement efforts. In 2025, the SRPD made 614 DUI arrests, with the 7 recognized officers accounting for nearly 60% of that total. Honorees included Officer Anthony Materi, Officer Brendan Sawyer, Officer Chase McIntyre, Officer John Fisher, Officer Hannah Combs, Officer Diego Asensio, and Officer Mike Meager. Officer Anthony Materi received special recognition for making more than 100 DUI arrests and recording the 3rd highest total in Northern California. These awards reflect the department's continued commitment to traffic safety, impaired driving enforcement, and reducing traffic-related injuries and fatalities. Thank you all to those 7 officers for their hard and continued work. I'm also happy to share that the Ross Street activation is now underway, bringing new energy, activity, and opportunities to connect in the heart of downtown Santa Rosa. Through October 31st, the east side of Ross Street will serve as a vibrant community gathering space featuring live music, lunchtime food trucks, and family-friendly activities designed to welcome residents and visitors while supporting our downtown businesses. We are proud to support this effort through funding, partnership, and coordination assistance from our Economic Development Division. This activation reflects the power of collaboration, and we appreciate the many downtown businesses, community partners, and event organizers who help bring this vision to life. And I encourage everyone to visit downtown, enjoy the activities, and support our local businesses through the activation period. For more information, visit downtownsantarosa.org. And I have one more, Mayor. I am pleased to announce that the registration is now open for Fall into Fitness. These are free class demo day taking place on September 19th at the Finley Community Center. This free community event invites adults and seniors to explore a variety of exercise and dance classes designed to support a healthy heart, body, and mind. Participants can register for up to 3 classes at no cost through advanced registration, although advanced registration is required. Fall into Fitness is made possible through Measure M, Parks for All, which supports parks and recreation programs through Sonoma County. To view available classes and register, visit srcity.org/calendar. And we hope you'll join us at the Finley Community Center on September 19th. Thank you, Mayor. That concludes my report.
Good updates. So we are a healthier and safer city with a higher credit rating. That's our report for this meeting. Excellent. All right, Madam City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a report of settlements and active litigation. There are no settlements or judgments to report out for the month of July. As of August 6, 2026, our active caseload was 33 litigation matters with trial dates assigned to approximately 25% of the trial court level matters. 4 cases are currently on appeal following rulings in favor of the city at the trial court level. The litigation report is attached to the agenda materials, and I have nothing further to report this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to public comment. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on either of these reports? Mr. DeWitt?
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. Thank you for those recent reports from the interim city manager and the attorney. It's nice to hear that there'll be a meeting about the flock cameras. This has become an issue that's growing for a number of people, and I'm hoping, especially because the chief of police has come by tonight, that he'll make a point of making sure the meeting is set up so that half of the time is for the residents. I've been to a number of city meetings over the years, and it typically evolves into the city talking at the people who've come, talking at them more, giving them some more talk, and you can have a 2-hour meeting that comprises 1 hour and 45 minutes of city staff and different people talking to the residents who then only get 15 minutes. So the whole flock camera issue has become fraught with misunderstanding, disinformation, and other things that are problematic to folks in the community. So this would be an excellent opportunity for the police department and city staff, even elected officials, to be there and point out to the community it's what they want, that the community is asking about information, they want safety in the future, and explain how this might be able to deliver some of those you might call questions that come from the greater community, deliver answers for those. So don't go in with a preset agenda per se. Make it a 2-hour meeting, 1 hour for the city staff and 1 hour for community to talk and interact, and have it be an interactive discussion, not just one side leads. Thank you kindly.
Thank you,
I'm gonna go those
thank you,
exercises.
Dwayne. Are there any other members of the public in council chambers who wish to speak? Seeing none, we'll go online. If you're online and wish to make public comment on this item, please raise your hand or press *9. Madam Zoom host, is there anybody with their hand raised online?
Thank you, Mayor. We have no one wishing to speak on Zoom.
Thank you. We'll close public comment on this item and move on to item 10, statements of abstention or recusal by council members. Do we have any statements of abstention or recusal this evening? Seeing none, we'll go on to mayor and council members' reports. Do we have any reports this evening? Ms. McDonald, kick us off.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a couple of things to report out on. I was able to attend, I think it was a last Wednesday night market last week, and see the drummer from Guns N' Roses. So if you know why I wasn't at the really big event politically, it's because I was listening to that. And I also want to say congratulations to the Rincon Valley Library for their amazing renovation. They opened the doors yesterday, and it looks like a bookstore going in there. They've done a great job making it a resource hub for our community members, and I know a lot of students go to that library after school, and so I just want to congratulate them and thank you for the opportunity to come and speak to all the community members that were in attendance, and thank you to City Manager Nutt for his attendance as well.
Thank you. Anyone else? I'll run through just a bunch of real quick items. City Manager Nutt, I believe you mentioned Police Night Out a couple of weeks ago when we had the police up at Dave's. Again, thanks to SRPD for putting that together. We had hundreds of people. That's a great tradition. Thank you to city staff here, as well as in Rohnert Park and Windsor, for being part of the Business Alliance Sonoma County presentation on where our city budgets are right now, as well as the ballot tax measures that a number of jurisdictions in the county are going out with. It was a well-attended meeting. We must have had 150 plus people people there, just talking through municipal finances, both of Santa Rosa and our neighboring cities. That was an important meeting. We did have the Sonoma Clean Power Board meeting a couple of weeks ago. Interesting subject discussed, the cost of electrification for our lower income neighborhoods. So think about the lower income neighborhoods in our county. How do we give them the benefits? How do we give those neighborhoods the benefits of EVs, of solar cells, of more reliable electricity, lower electric costs? Sonoma Clean Power, as ever, is ahead of the curve and trying to figure out how we make that happen here in our county and in Mendocino. And of course, the fair. I know the county tries to take credit for the fair, but we had 10 days of the fair, and that really happens in Santa Rosa, as everybody knows. So attendance was good. It was a lot of fun. What a great tradition for the county. A week ago, we had this council chamber right here was full of a bunch of 7th and 8th graders, actually 3rd through 8th graders, who were winners in the Read On Sonoma County book reading effort across the county. They chose to come here and learn about city government. It's a great program countywide. They're going to have about 7,000 kids in Sonoma County participating in Read On Sonoma, again, to encourage reading and encourage reading skills. So kudos to that program and to the school districts who are involved. And then finally, an unusual conversation this week. I was at San Quentin on Saturday and found myself in policy conversations with relevance to our violence prevention partnership, Ms. Benuelos and Ms. Rogers. Believe it or not, we have a committed group of men inside San Quentin who wake up at 5:30 in the morning to watch our council meetings. And so when I'm in there with my basketball team to play basketball, a policy session sometimes emerges. And this time around, what was concerning for the colleagues I was with was the increase in gun violence in our area and the increase in youth violence. They've noticed that, and particularly some residents, former residents of Santa Rosa, future residents of Santa Rosa with their families still here, want to know how they can help. So, and touchingly, they mentioned that they feel as though they participated, they helped create the conditions for the problem that we're seeing here, and they want to give back in some way. And so that led into a conversation about what the Violence Prevention Partnership does, what our city does, some discussion of how they can participate from San Quentin now with their media labs in terms of videos, in terms of public presentations, how they might participate. Much discussion about what SRPD has done, what we have done here in terms of gun seizures, in terms of ghost lab arrests, or I'm sorry, ghost gun manufacturing arrests, et cetera. They were glad to hear that news. But again, it turned into a substantive conversation. So a shout out to Johnny and Jonas, two residents, two individuals who will be coming back to our city someday. We're ready to plug you in. And then the San Quentin Kings, the name of the team that we play when we go in, they would want it noted for the city record that they did actually beat us pretty badly in the basketball game. It wasn't very close this time around. But two longtime friends there, Ula and Pookie, I want it also to be on the record that I outscored both of them, even though I was injured. So if our minutes could reflect that. And to the gentleman watching, first of all, good morning. Thank you for tuning in and for your interest in the city, and I'll see you in September. That concludes our report. Any public comment on these items in council chambers? Madam Zoom host, does anybody online have their hands raised?
Nobody is commenting on Zoom.
We will close public comment then, and we will move on to item 11.2. We have a few of us here who are going to the League of California Cities in a couple of weeks, and we need to delegate voting rights to a few of them. And so, Ms. McDonald, I'm going to turn it over to you for a motion for our designated voter and alternate.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to designate Councilmember Rogers as voting delegate and Councilmember Alvarez and myself as the two alternates for the upcoming Cal City Conference.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any public comment on this item in council chambers? Anybody online, Madam Zoom host?
Nobody is raising their hand online.
Then we have a motion and a second. Madam City Clerk, can we call the vote?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming? Yes. Councilmember Benuelos?
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Okrepke?
Aye.
Mayor Stapp?
Yes.
Let the record show this passes unanimously.
Thank you. We'll go on to item 12, approval of minutes. We have two sets of minutes, our July 8th, 2026 regular meeting minutes and our August 4th, 2026 regular meeting minutes. Are there any amendments or corrections to these minutes? Looking to my colleagues. So we do have an abstention. Do you want to make that announcement?
I need to abstain. I apologize for not saying it earlier for the August 4th meeting as I was out of town.
Thank you. All right. Any other corrections or amendments? Seeing none, we'll go to public comment in council chambers. Are there any members of the public who would like to make comment on either set or either set of minutes? Seeing none in council chambers. Madam Zoom host, anybody online with their hand raised?
We have no public comment via Zoom.
Thank you. All right, then with Ms. McDonald's stipulation that she is abstaining from item 12.2, we will adopt both those minutes as submitted and move on to consent. We have items 13.1 through 13.6. Are there any questions regarding the consent calendar? Anything to be pulled? Seeing none, we'll go to public comment. Would any members of the public like to make comment on consent? Mr. DeWitt, you have the floor.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. I'm definitely concerned and hopeful that the downtown connectivity to support housing density is actually going to occur and bring good things forward. It's a sizable amount of money that's being spent. And one of the things that we hear often is that we want more housing density downtown, but we haven't been getting it. As a matter of fact, people in the past that have come here before and told you they're going to do projects to get more housing downtown, then return and say, well, it didn't pencil out, so we didn't do it. And we don't get that housing that's promised. This is the kind of stuff that needs to be paid attention to. You folks need to keep a tight rein on what kind of promises you take. As a matter of fact, you know, there's a term, you call it a proverb, actually, perhaps. Once burned, twice shy. So you should be looking at every different developer that may come here and say, we're going to get more housing downtown. We're going to increase that housing density, and make sure that you get it in writing, because apparently that hasn't occurred before, and that's why they've been able to slip through, if you will, and that we don't get that housing. That whole dilemma of it didn't pencil out. So as this goes forward, which is 13.3, kind of an ominous number, if you will, you'll make sure that somehow these people that build this project for 3.779, 141,000, that's a lot of money, $3 million, almost $4 million, are gonna show somehow that we get that housing density. Thank you.
Thank you, Dwayne. Would any other members of the public like to comment on the consent calendar? Seeing none in council chambers, Madam Zoom host, anybody online?
Thank you, Mayor. We have no one raising their hand online.
Thank you. We will close public comment, and I'll look to Vice Mayor Okrepke for a motion.
I move to adopt consent items 13.1 through 13.6 as submitted by staff.
Second.
Ooh, that was close. I'll give that one to Mr. Alvarez. So we have a motion and a second. Madam City Clerk, you can call the vote whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald.
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming. Councilmember Banuelos.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Okrepke.
Aye.
Mayor Stapp.
Yes.
Let the record show this passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. All right. Well, we are just a few minutes before 5. You know what? Let's move right into our report item for the evening, item 15.1, a report regarding the approval of real property exchange agreement for City Hall campus, 90 and 100 Santa Rosa Avenue portion, and a portion of that, and then 631 and 655 First Street, and 520 3rd Street with a declaration of exempt surplus land and related actions. A high-profile item for those of you who've been reading the papers. Thank you for to all those who showed up tonight to talk through this important item for the city. Ms. Scott, Mr. Wagner, and Mr. Hennessy. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. We are happy to be here tonight, excited to be here tonight to talk to you about addressing the City Hall liability and the proposed exchange agreement. I am Jill Scott, the city's real property manager, and I'm going to start off the discussion. I'm here with our deputy director, or excuse me, director of, just gave him a demotion, our director of transportation and public works and our CFO, Mr. Wagner. We also have our consultant law firm, BBK, in the audience to help us out with any questions. They've been working with us through this whole process. So just going to go over a little roadmap of how the presentation is going to go because it's a little long. We want to make sure we hit all the points and answer as many questions as we can. Our TPW director, Director Hennessy, is going to start out with the liability and what's going on at the City Hall campus right now. Our CFO is then going to go through the fiscal impact, and then I'm going to start with the alternatives that we've considered, the exchange itself, the transaction and what it looks like, and how the improvements and the transition would go. Then I'm going to turn it back over to CFO Wagner to go through the financial review and the proposed council action. So next slide to Mr. Hennessy.
Thanks, Jill. Good afternoon, council. As the slide in front of you shows, we have more than 9 figures in liability on the City Hall campus. That doesn't happen overnight. That is not specifically my fault or your fault. This is a generational issue that has happened over decades. What we have figured out, though, is how to fix it. And I'll walk through some of the specific issues. But again, it is $100 million needed to fix these buildings for a variety of things, from structural repairs to sewer and water issues and ADA issues, amongst other things. The cost to the city here is real. CFO Wagner will talk a little bit more about that. We are not paying for it annually, and as a result of that, it continues to grow rather than having us address it in a meaningful way. Like Jill mentioned, this liability is systemic, both within our facilities portfolio and within our budgeting over the last many decades. With respect to the buildings and the site itself, we have structural issues, including exterior conditions that have deteriorated past the point of repair that need complete replacement. Structural deficiencies have started to crop up in some of the buildings. We have ADA issues all over the place, including the elevator out here, the ramps. Essentially, we would need to rebuild the building to make it ADA compliant. We also have asbestos and lead issues throughout a number of the buildings. And I think the biggest thing that I want to highlight, fixing this requires everybody working in these buildings to be out of them. We cannot deal with lead and asbestos issues with people working around here. You've all heard the anecdotes of us buying HVAC parts from eBay because we cannot find suppliers who sell them anymore. Those are truthful anecdotes. Our facilities coordinator our superintendent is frequently shopping on secondhand sites to find pieces of equipment for us to keep the building running. Some of the specific examples, I know I've got a couple slides here just showing some pictures, because I know a lot of the public sees the council chamber, maybe some reception areas, but the 300 plus staff members who work in these buildings see this every day. We have HVAC units with failing ductwork. We have water leaks, stained carpet. Replacing that carpet is a challenge because it would expose who knows what underneath them. We have paint caused by leaks, even in the point of to the point of cracked concrete walls. That's not supposed to happen. It's especially not supposed to happen where those concrete walls are important structurally for the keeping the building upright. Ceiling leaks are not only water lines, but sometimes sewage lines. We've had those leaks mostly contained by the ceilings, and as you see stained there, we've also had some sewage leaks not contained by the ceilings and make their way down to the desk and ground level. You'll remember a few years ago that we had an infestation of fleas that sent everybody home for a short period of time while we got that taken care of. These are all costs to us in terms of fixing city facilities, but also costs to us in terms of the ability of staff to deliver services for the public. So the great part is that now we know what it costs to fix, and CFO Wagner will tell us how to get there.
Thank you, Director Hennessy. So I'll echo one of the points that Dan made in that myself and Dan are willing to come back to council to address this issue, to put a Band-Aid onto this campus. Not to fix it, but to put a Band-Aid on it so that we can immediately address the problems here that make this campus a place that the public cannot reliably count on to be able to conduct their services here. That Band-Aid is a $48 million Band-Aid. And again, we are willing to return to council with that to be able to execute that plan. Roughly what an understanding of how that would relate to our budget we would anticipate a $6 million annual cost to fund that $48 million. We would do so through debt. Now, as Dan mentioned, that would be a fully burdened cost of finding a new place for our employees to work until we were able to fix all the issues here. It would be complex and it would be very challenging to execute. But again, we are at a place with our current failure that we do need to take action. And one of the consistent themes that will be throughout this presentation is that this is an issue that has developed over decades. And part of that issue is inaction. And we're gonna talk about that a little bit more in the presentation. Next slide. $6 million is a meaningful impact to our budget. We are gonna talk about later our exchange concept and how that equals less than $1 million a year. The way I'm characterizing this from my role in finance is that there is a $5 million delta there between these solutions. And again, the $6 million is not a solution, it is a Band-Aid. $5 million delta really is a meaningful impact to the service that we can provide the community. Our general fund, which would have to bear the burden of that expense, is responsible for providing the services that the community expects and asks for first. That being our police, fire, emergency response, our streets and infrastructure, keeping our parks clean and well-maintained, and as well as the community services through our recreation programs. At the end of the day, we have one pie in Santa Rosa, and how we choose to divvy it out is the way to provide the most service to the community. Ultimately, at the end of the day, this inaction by the city over the decades to create this problem has left us where we have to make this stark decision on how we are going to invest that pie best to maintain our city services. Next slide. The second thing that I would impress is that these couple of decades of the city discussing this, and this has been discussed at this table for a very long time and very long presentations. I would really describe that as the city was stuck in a spiral of a rebuild concept. In that it's very rare to be able to know you have an identified facility that you're able to move into that will meet your needs. We do have that opportunity today. But when you don't have that, you have to build from the ground up. The last time the city took a very serious approach at looking at this issue, the 2020 initial estimate was $64 million. That is a large number. But what's even larger is taking that number from just 6 years ago, and today we're looking at around $82 million. We have this existing liability on our books for this campus, and it grows each year. Unlike an actuary report from CalPERS, where they'll tell us exactly how much it is each year, we have to look at this. And ultimately, that 30% increase just makes the rebuild concept more unfeasible than it was in 2020, more unfeasible than it was prior to the Great Recession. And we really need to exit that strategy. We need to come up with something different that we're here to propose today.
Okay, so we've had a lot of questions about what's happened over the years. Personally, myself, and our city manager have been working on these concepts for over 10 years, but I'm going to go back in history a little bit for the public, even though this has been in public meetings so many times over the years. Back in the 2000s, they attempted a master planning process for City Hall. And recognized at the time that it wasn't a long-term solution that is affordable. In 2010s, they evaluated selling or rebuilding and even bought more property a little earlier than that, the West America Bank building, to extend and expand on a rebuild of the property. But the high costs and the limited market interest made that not feasible. In the 2020s, so here's where I came in. Earlier in the 2020s, probably 2018 we started, we studied for over an entire year. We looked at the public-private partnership side. So we went through a years-long study. Some may say we overanalyzed. In my opinion, we're at the point of overanalyzing all of this. We brought in every expert you could think of. We brought in finance experts. We brought in private equity. We brought in brokers from in the area, from outside the area. We did market surveys, we did studies, we did test surveys with the community. We started a master planning process. We looked at all of our property, every piece of property we own in the downtown. We looked at selling those at the highest possible price that we could come up with for appraised value, and we still couldn't get to a number that the city could afford on a rebuild. That's selling every single piece of land we own in the downtown, including parking garages. So in 2020, we realized that we're just not in a place where, at that time, where a rebuild is possible. And as CFO Wagner just went over in the slide previous to this, those numbers have even gotten larger now. In 2025, we decided to test the market a little bit. Let's see what our property's worth, and let's see if we sell some of the pieces individually rather than a whole, where we would come out to. So we decided to put up for sale 655 First Street, which is the West America Bank building, to see what would happen. We received, after a pretty significant amount of time, we received 2 offers. Both of the offers were so significantly below the appraised values that the city declined to move forward with those. At that time, what that told me, in my professional opinion, is that this City Hall campus is worth more as a whole than it is piecemealing it or separating it. Next slide, please. So this slide just shows you that we've tested, analyzed, brought in every expert to the nth degree on rebuilding, what we could do to rehabilitate this campus and what needs to be done. We had significant amount of studies done, facilities studies done, $100 million liability at $6 million a year for 30 years, I'm thinking. It doesn't work for the city. We don't have the funds, as our CFO will tell you. Building new on the existing site, like I said, a minimum of 82 million. It's probably closer to 100 million at this time. And we're estimating $5 million a year for 30 years. Again, not a sustainable option for the city. Next slide, please. So after years and years of studies, of talking to everyone we can, talking to every expert, we came up with a plan or an opportunity for an exchange, which we want to talk to you about tonight. And this opportunity is the first opportunity in my 10 to 12 years of working on this that I can say is a sustainable opportunity and is, in my professional opinion, a great opportunity for the city to get out of a $100 million liability. And let's just say that one more time, $100 million taxpayer liability on this campus. Next slide, please. So what's an exchange? I've been asked many times what a property exchange is, it's exactly what it sounds like. So let's think of the definition of an exchange. It's you give something, you get something, usually of equal value, or it becomes of equal value. And that's exactly what a property exchange is. So what staff is proposing tonight is that the City of Santa Rosa exchange what we call the City Hall campus, and I want to be very specific about what those properties are. That is 100 Santa Rosa Avenue, which is the campus that this is sitting on today, minus 1.61 acres. So Director Hennessy is going to go into this in slides coming up, but the city is keeping full 1.61 acres of all of the creek property. So all of the property of Santa Rosa Creek and Matanzas Creek that is culverted under here will remain in the government's hands. That will provide flexibility in the future so what can be done with those properties. So 100 Santa Rosa Avenue minus the 1.6 acres, which we will be keeping, 90 Santa Rosa Avenue, 655 First Street, and 631 First Street. That are all the properties here and across the street on First Street. And we would exchange all of those properties for 520 3rd Street, which is owned by Museum on the Square LLC. That is an existing downtown office building that meets all of the city's needs. And I'll go into in the next couple of slides how we got to the point of recommending this property at 520 3rd Street. So where we came from is the city had a need, Mott's has a need and a desire, and the needs align. That's the hardest part of finding an exchange property that works. The needs have to align for both. So how this fits into the state law. So the Surplus Lands Act, which I know you've all heard me talk about ad nauseum probably at this point, you have to designate, this is how the city governs, or how the state governs how governments sell property. It has to be designated either non-exempt surplus land or exempt surplus land. There is an exception in the state law, that in the Surplus Lands Act, that it allows a property exchange for government use, for agents, what they call agency use, so it would be city use. So we are asking tonight that the council declare this property exempt surplus land, and that allows us to be able to exchange that property for agency use. So the existing City Hall property would be transferred to Mott's LLC, and the 520 3rd Street would be transferred to the city for agency use. So evaluation, here's another question we've got a lot of that we wanted to go over, is how did we get to the recommendation of 520 3rd Street? There's a lot of properties in the downtown. Why did this come out at the top of the list? And I will tell you, this came out far beyond any other property. It was a no-brainer really to bring this one to you. We looked at all the different properties in the downtown. So I'll go through first. We looked at them for size and functionality, tenant relocation, because obviously we don't want to be displacing commercial tenants more than we need to. We want to be very careful about that. So a building that has 15 people in it is not the best for us. Our businesses are very important to us. We looked at tenant improvement costs. What condition is the building in? How much money do we need to put in TIs? We looked at exchange feasibility. Not everybody's going to want to exchange a property or wants a city property. And then long-term city suitability. So do we have room for growth? And what does it look like for the future? When we looked at all the properties in the downtown, it was important we knew to council and we knew for staff and the business community that those 300 employees that we have remain in the downtown. So we did not look outside of the downtown area. When we got to size and functionality, which was one of them, that cut the majority of the properties out in the downtown. We would have to buy 2 properties in most instances to be able to have enough space to situate all of our employees that are in the downtown now, let alone, we wouldn't be able to put them together so that we can, have a one-stop shop or any of the issues, any of the items that we want to bring forward for the community to make this an easier, serviceable area. The exchange feasibility, we had a development partner in Hugh Futrell and Mott's LLC that was interested in an exchange, that wanted to do that. And then we had to look at cost and disruption. So how could we move people without disrupting service. And that's something that we negotiated within the contract, which I will talk about in a minute. So here's the crux of the agreement. How did we establish fair value? So we have a very specific business protocol that we do in the city with every real property transaction that we do, and it's based on appraisal, on outside appraisals by qualified appraisals. And we stuck to that process, of which we do with every acquisition that we do here in the city. And we did it again with this one. And sometimes we did it with multiple appraisals, which is very common. So it's very common, even in right-of-way transactions, that each party get their own appraisal, and then you negotiate between the two. And that's exactly the same process that we followed here. So let's start with 523rd Street. The appraised value range between appraisals was $12.4 million to $18.7 million. Again, that might seem like a very big delta to the community. That is not, it is typical for us to see an appraisal that there is a very big delta between one appraisal and the other appraisal. It is my job and my staff's job and the city manager's job to know and understand what the value is and to negotiate appropriately for the city and for the taxpayers and for the council. And that's what we did here. So we looked at very similar properties. We looked like what was going on downtown, and we came to a fair value that was agreed upon by both properties at $15.7 million. And I will tell council and the community that I think this is a very, very appropriate value. The exchange has to be beneficial for both parties, and this is very beneficial to the city, and it works for our exchange partner. The existing City Hall campus, again, I'll go back to my comments before that I truly believe that the campus is worth more as a whole than it is separately. The appraised value for the City Hall campus as a combined campus was a little over $13 million. When we negotiated this value, again, these negotiations were very detailed and extensive. When we negotiated this value of $11.1 million, we had to take other things into consideration that were not in the appraised value. So the appraised value is going to be exactly what the property is worth, could be in its best condition. This is not in its best condition. During the negotiations, we had environmental studies done, which we had planned in advance to be doing. Those environmental studies, just for lead and asbestos abatement, not even all the other abatement that needs to be done for anybody to do anything with this campus, came back at $4.5 million. Our ADA came back at an astronomical number. Those are the things that we had to take into account for. We're keeping 1.6 acres of land. We are not transferring that land, so that had to come into play as a reduced value. So the 11.153 value, I feel, is a very fair value as well. So when I say net exchange differential, what I mean is the difference, the delta between the value, the negotiated value of 523rd Street and the negotiated value of the existing City Hall campus. That is $4.5 million, and that is what the city would pay to Mott's LLC at the close of escrow for the exchange to happen. Next slide, please. What does the city gain? The city gains a lot. The taxpayers gain a lot. I can't harp on this enough, as I know our CFO will really harp on, is we are eliminating a $100 million liability from the taxpayers, from the city. We gain so much being in one building. It's consolidating departments. It's customer service. It's the ability to put a one-stop shop in so that our community can walk in and get almost every service that they want in one place instead of walking into 5 different places or having to go here or across the street or across, wherever they need to go. It strengthens the collaboration across city services and city departments. It even allows us to move other departments into the building that are not downtown already. And that has even more effects, right? It allows us to collaborate more with each other, which gives us better customer service. It also brings a significant, even more employees down to use the services, to go to the businesses, to have lunch, to go out after work. It helps our community in so many ways. It's a smart community investment. Next slide, please. And I'm going to turn this over to Director Hennessy.
Yeah, as Jill mentioned, we're keeping about 1.6 acres, and it's highlighted by that image on the right, seen from close to Santa Rosa Avenue, looking back towards Sonoma Avenue. The 1.6 acres is at its widest at Santa Rosa Avenue, and then kind of comes back through here and almost scrapes this corner of the building before heading down Sonoma all the way to D Street. The purpose of the retention of this is because it has a number of potential uses for us. First and foremost is the creek and culvert infrastructure that is under that land. Right now, it does a lot of work for us with respect to flood mitigation. As you know, FEMA has released updated flood risk maps that we are reviewing in concert with our partners at the Sonoma County Water Agency for how we're going to address those risks moving forward. Retention of this property gives us a number of options to do that, and in fact, it gives us the same number of options that we have today to do that. So essentially, by keeping this property, there is no change to what the city and the county collectively can do with respect to mitigating flood risk in the future. This also does provide, pointing out towards Juilliard Park, towards Luther Burbank Home and Garden, towards the intersection of Sonoma Avenue and Santa Rosa Avenue, gives us the opportunity for other things too, like placemaking, and we'll be happy to answer any questions you have on that. Scott? I'm sorry, Joe.
How will we make the move work? This is another area of where we really thought through. We don't want to disrupt service to the public at all. And so we had to think about how we prepare 520 for the city to move into it if the council does approve this transaction tonight. So we'll need to complete design and tenant improvements. We're estimating right now that those will be between 17 and 20 million, but those will come back to council when we get closer for appropriations and for review, when we get closer and get a more defined dollar amount. We'll need to put a plan together and help relocate the existing commercial tenants. And then we need to just prepare the space for city departments to move into. In order to do that, we needed a lease back on this property. And that this was another thing that we had to take into consideration in the value of the property and in the exchange partner. We needed to be able, we can't move 300 or 400 people overnight. And we can't disrupt services like that to the community. We have to be able to supply those services. So Mott's agreed to, and through their negotiations, to allow us to lease back 2 years on this campus at 100 Santa Rosa Avenue. So we'll be still having these in this chamber for 2 more years doing these meetings. And 1 year at City Hall Annex, 90 Santa Rosa Avenue, mostly because most of our IT operations happen out of there and we'll need time to prepare those and move them. And they agreed to a lease back for a total of $2. That is $2 total for all of that lease back consideration. And that was a big deal for the city. And then the third part is we need to consolidate and set up our one-stop shop so we're not disrupting service. So we'll do the TIs over in the new building, the tenant improvements to transition people and space into it. When the public counter space is complete and ready, then we will move the public counters from here to there, but we won't be moving those until the space is ready, so there's no disruption in service for the community. Next slide. The other thing is there's conditions of closing. So like even when you buy a house, say you're buying a house, you come to an agreement, you negotiate agreement just like we have, you open escrow. During that escrow period, you have an inspection period, you're looking at the house, you're looking at the property. It's the same thing with an exchange agreement or any acquisition for that matter. So if council passes this tonight, during this time and when we close escrow, there'll be some things that we still need to work through and work on. So we need to establish a process. Tonight's exchange agreement, if you approve this, also approves a TI work letter and establishes the process for design, pricing, construction, and tenant improvements on 520, but it does not approve the appropriations for that yet. So we will be back to council in public session to talk about the scope and the amount and the appropriations that we'll need for that. We need to finish up relocation plans with the tenants, help find those tenants space if they want our help, work out what they will be offered through the relocation. So there is a state relocation process that we are mandated to follow, and which we will, and which we need to help those tenants, and we will have some payments to those tenants as well for their moving expenses, among other things. There was one tenant in the building that had already had plans to move long before the city had come into play. That one tenant came to us and said, would you be interested? We'd like to leave. Could you take over our lease? And we said yes, because that makes it a lot easier for the tenant and for the city. We can move some staff that we need. We'll need to move out of the chamber building at the close of escrow, so we'll be moving some staff from there into here, and it allows us some extra space for transition. The city will assume the lease rent from September 1st through December 31st when we expect to close escrow. Part of relocation is an appraisal process that we do, that we hire outside experts for, and they appraise the cost of their FF&E, so furnitures and fixtures and equipment. And then we can either pay to have that moved, or we can offer to purchase that equipment. In this case, they had very nice furniture that would work well for the city, so we offered them 50% of the appraised value, and they did accept, and so the city is paying $55,877 for the existing furniture in that space. For the city to go out and buy that furniture would be much more expensive. The assignment, in this agreement, the assignment of the lease would end at the close of escrow, and we would let them out of their lease, and that would be the end of any lease payment that we have. Other tenant arrangements and the relocation process will keep going on through this process. The other thing that we will need to do is, and the developer has asked for, is a development agreement. And a development agreement has a completely separate process of its own. It will come back to Planning Commission for consideration, so we'll work on trying to negotiate a very draft development agreement with the developer. That will go to Planning Commission for their input and for public input in a public meeting. Then it will go to City Council twice in a public meeting for your input and the community's input again, so a total of 3 public meetings, and it does have its own environmental process. Next slide, please. So from today until closing, today, if council approves the exchange agreement, if you authorize it and you adopt the CEQA findings for the exchange agreement, the transaction begins. After this, the 85-day due diligence period will start. During that 85 days, we will do a lot of testing. We already have it lined up just in case council approves it. We will begin testing on the building to make sure that we know all of the ins and outs of this building. So this is also part of how we would set up a facilities plan going forward. And I think I've mentioned in past meetings that we very much plan to, this will be these two guys right here, our CFO and Director Hennessy will bring forward a plan to council, to probably with the budget every year, to make sure that we have enough money in the budget every year to properly maintain the new building so that we're not getting back in the situation we are now. So we'll have other things, relocation plans, estoppels, assignments, transaction documents that we'll have to work through. Some of those will have to come back to council for approval. Some of those will be under the city manager's authority to approve per this exchange agreement. The ones that require appropriations will be back to the city council. Once we satisfy all of those conditions and we are ready to close, we plan to close on December 31st. That's our goal, I should say. The city would acquire then 523rd Street. Mott's LLC would acquire the exchange property, the City Hall campus. The city will pay Mott's $4.5 million, and the lease back time will begin. Now, sometimes with government, we don't like this, but we do have a lot of regulations. We have especially a lot of regulations with acquisition processes, and this is a type of acquisition process, and sometimes that causes a delay that we don't like. So if due solely to our delay, we have to extend escrow, A part of the agreement is that we will pay Mott's $37,500 a month, which would be prorated daily if it's a half a month, for every month that we go over. We did put a cap on that at $450,000, but if that does happen, it could cause the 4.5 million to be slightly more. Next slide, please. I'm going to turn this over to our CFO.
Thank you, Jill. For the remainder of these slides, I'm going to get into some more of the specifics around how this transaction is going to proceed. As Jill mentioned, there's a $4.55 million difference between the exchange properties that she took us through. The overall implementation cost of $17 to $20 million, the way that I would describe that from a finance perspective is that's being fully burdened. So to give an analogy, when I bought my first house, we bought the house and then we didn't have the money for the couch and the moving expenses and all that stuff. We're not doing that here. We're fully baking in all of the moving expenses, the tenant improvements that are gonna happen in the building, the architectural designs, the professional services that are gonna be needed. I will add that I think we're gonna be on the low end of that estimate. We've put together a very thoughtful, well-baked plan to kind of make that all there. At the end of the day, we're anticipating the ongoing expenses to the general fund to be around a little less than $1 million. What we're going to do is we're going to have to go out and raise some debt for this. There's different debt tools that we can use as a city to be able to finance that. I can say publicly, now it's public knowledge, I've been meeting with rating agencies recently. We are very creditworthy. We're a very strong financial position to be able to take this action based on the strength of our community. Next slide. Let's drill down on these specifics just a little bit more. The $4.5 million worth of the exchange amount, council has already assigned $4.5 million of that money. This is prior council action to address facility needs in the city that we are allocating in this way that's frankly a best use of those funds. We're asking for an additional less than $50,000 as part of this action to meet that difference of the 4.5 versus the 4.546. As Jill mentioned, there's gonna be around little more than $80,000 worth of additional expenses tied to the takeover of a lease at the new property to get some office space for us right away and to have a smoother transition with one of the established tenants. I already mentioned less than $1 million of ongoing annual costs spread over potentially what would be 30 years. Key to that number is the number that we spoke about earlier. $1 million is a lot less than $6 million. That is something that comes up very frequently in these conversations, but it's important to point out, fundamentally today's action is about maintaining and safeguarding the services that we are providing to the community. Jill mentioned there's gonna be a $2 lease back. I will share that there was coincidentally a $2 donation to the city today over at the revenue counter. Sam Davis is ready to receipt that money. But overall, we'll be able to lease back this property for $2. That's a great deal for us because it's gonna give us transition time that we're gonna need as an organization to execute this move in all of the complicated ways that are gonna happen potentially after today. Next slide. So today's council action, just to summarize, is asking council to declare an exempt surplus land, adopt an exempt surplus land resolution, declare the identified exchange property exempt as surplus land, make the required CEQA findings, and second, approve the exchange. Adopt the exchange agreement resolution, approve the real property exchange agreement with Mott's LLC, adopt the CEQA findings, authorize the city manager to execute the exchange agreement and all related transaction docs. I will give a brief closing on a subject that has been talked about at this staff table for decades and for a very long period of time. Like the actions council has been taking over the past 3 years, this is a big swing on an area of deep, deep need at our city. These large liabilities that are in the 9 figures, like the one we're addressing today, have real impact on the way that we're able to provide service to our community and our budget issues that have honestly we've been facing now for the past 3 years. Staff has brought forward a different resolution towards this problem that addresses the flaws that have made the prior proposed actions fail. Today's proposed action is an additional piece of that puzzle that we've been putting together to help maintain our services to the community. And with that, I will turn it over to council. I think that's the last slide, I hope. Is that our last slide?
That was enough.
Thank you.
So if,
I think
a
I'm
big
good on
swing
that one.
indeed. Thank you for the years of work on this project. We have certainly been excited from the beginning. We're not going to go to council questions yet. We're actually going to turn it over to Mr. Futrell, who is our partner in this proposed deal. Hugh, would you like to take 5 or 6 minutes and talk about your perspectives on what we're discussing here?
Oh, no, there it is. I should know. Thank you. Mayor and council members, I will be brief. Thank you for taking the time on this. And thanks very much to your staff, your professional staff, for the extremely focused, extremely detailed work in the course of an extended period of time. There has been yeses in that conversation. There have been nos, but there's always been logic, and it has been from my standpoint, an exemplary experience. Just very, very, very quickly. When my partners and I first considered this possibility, there were reservations. The 523rd Street building is in certain respects an iconic building, required a tremendous capital investment on our part. We have been very, very reluctant to sell the assets that we've created in the city of Santa Rosa. Almost invariably, we have kept what we have built, but we worked ourselves ultimately around to the notion that this does make sense. It makes sense for the city. It makes sense for ownership. We also had concerns that my partners expressed to me because I'm responsible to a board. Other jurisdictions have had what can be charitably called train wrecks when it comes to evaluating expanded facilities or relocations. As a company, we did not want to be associated with another train wreck. There is no train wreck. My partners looked at the numbers, I looked at the analysis, and I was absolutely convinced of the precision, the diligence, the extreme detail of the analysis you've gotten. Now, that's for the city to decide. That's for the public to evaluate. I'm a counterparty, but I'm saying that that did come into consideration as we evaluated this transaction. The second issue was my partners asked me, because they know my history, they know I'm of a certain age now. They also know that the first time that I appeared before this council, in this exact council chamber, was almost exactly 47 years ago. And there have been 40 projects that my company has done here, 12 of them in the downtown core, all buildings that we've built. We don't entitle buildings, we don't acquire land, except by executing the project. Mr. DeWitt made a comment about that. Our record is very, very clear on that, I think. The 12 buildings we built in the downtown core, which has been a particular emphasis of ours, has included 5 housing projects used for all income ranges. Downtown really, really matters. And this is an opportunity from our standpoint, apart from the economics of the exchange, to do something special over and above the numbers that can have a major impact on creating the sense of resonance, the sense of attraction, the sense of vividness, let's call it, that can attract the whole community to downtown and make downtown thrive even more. A good part of my career has been focused on exactly that point, as you know. And this is an opportunity to help execute that. Difficult, there'll be other partners inevitably involved, it is sophisticated, and it is a collaboration in the end between the city. There was comment about the development agreement, which is subject to further review when the time comes. I also want to stress something else. As we move forward, should you choose to approve this exchange, on our end, contact with the community, transparency with the community, outreach to the community to hear what people think, what matters. Clearly, we have our own ideas at this point, But to shape that in a way that the public likes, that serves the needs of the community, will be fundamental. And that has to be a very open process. I want to thank staff again. I want to thank you for the opportunity. It's been a very long process, I would say, and look forward to whatever decisions you make in the course of the meeting today.
Mr. Vertrell, thank you very much. Thank you for taking the time to speak. All right, now let's bring it back to council. Ms. Rogers, did you want to lead us off?
Thank you. Hugh stepped away, but I think one of my questions was, why would a developer want a development agreement? What does that mean, or what does that ensure for a developer?
We're going to bring up Ethan Walsh from BBK Law, who's working on this for us.
Thank you, Councilmember Rogers. So what a development agreement is it's an agreement that's provided for under state law that allows developers to have more certainty in what they ultimately want to develop. So what it does is it gives the developer what's called vested rights. And what it means is generally the developer will have the opportunity to build and develop in the area in a manner that's consistent with the rules that are in place today. So when you enter into a development agreement with a developer, they get certainty that the rules aren't going to change when they ultimately come forward for development. So if there's a development agreement that's, say, for a term of 10 years, then during that 10-year term, they know that they are going to be able to develop their property consistent with those rules. And then if say there's a specific plan amendment, or if there's a zoning change or something like that, that won't affect their ability to develop. And so that's the reason why a developer would typically want a development agreement. Again, what we're dealing with today is just the property transaction. So that's something that will come forward in the future, but that's ultimately the reason a developer looks for something like that.
Thank you. And why would there be a delay? I know we're government, but are we giving enough time? Because I feel like Christmas is going to be here tomorrow. So is there enough time with us being government for this actually to close December 31st?
In all honesty, I think it's tough. It's going to be a hard push on our end to get all of those things done. Now, if everything aligns, we have enough time to do the work. We don't have control of outside things that come up and happen. In a perfect world, it would easily close by then. I'm anticipating in my schedule that there could be issues that come up that we have to deal with along the way. And so I think it is going to be a hard push, but this was a very detailed and important part of the negotiation. And there were some parts that there had to be some give and take during the negotiation. And so that's why staff agreed to where we are.
Okay. So of the departments that will potentially be housed at 520, how many are currently in leased properties?
We do not have any leased properties. We don't have staff in any leased properties at this moment.
And staffing right now, as we've talked about, is not at an all-time high. It's actually at a low. So with that, and hoping to increase in the future, will 520, I gotta get used to saying that, will 520 be able to accommodate an increase in staffing for the departments that we are believing that will be housed in 520?
Yep, I actually anticipated this question. So yes, we are assuming a growth factor in each floor for each department. But just to be a little more specific about this, because I do know that Councilmember Okrepke also asked this last time at our study session. So I wanted to have the information available for you and the public, which is the City Hall campus right now. So I'm not talking about square footage of land, I'm talking about building square footage. So not usable square footage, again, just the square footage of each building. If you add it all together, we have 97,811 square feet. Of that, we can only have people in 82,000 square feet. Now, of that, what is actually usable is 65,000 square feet. 65,000 square feet of 97,000 total square feet because of the conditions of our buildings and the wasted space. Honestly, we have a lot of wasted space in here. You can kind of see it in the council chamber. The new building, the usable space in 520, there is a 12,000 square foot basement, which I'm not including, is 75,000 square feet. So we're gaining over 15, almost 16,000 square feet than what we have now. And that leaves us some growth space. We're also thinking about moving things around a little bit and may not need everything in that building, but that also allows us to move additional employees in. So we may be able to, for instance, move some of TPW or the, the admin staff from across town into this building. So it allows the city a good amount of flexibility.
And my last question is, there is a lot of history that is housed at 520. So have we determined if that history is going to stay or is it leaving?
The photos?
Yes.
Yes, they are staying.
All right.
According to Mr. Futrell, they go with the building and we get to keep those. There's a wall of history of photos in the new building that shows all of the work they did. It starts when it was the AT&T building and it shows the old, I don't even know what you call them, where you push the buttons and picked up the phone or, whatever those are called. It shows that era, and then it shows when they bought the building and redeveloped it, where they had they even have large saw blades in the TLCD office from these massive saw blades they had to use to cut into the building and create windows. So Motts and Mr. Futrell did a fantastic job and a lot of work to redevelop that for our benefit now.
Thank you. Ms. Banuelos.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, first of all, thank you for not only what you brought forward today, but for working on this for years and years. I'm so sorry, but thank you for all that. I just have two quick things. I wanted to ask just a little bit, really to clarify for the public, because I've been getting a lot of questions about the development part. It does say in the staff report that that's going to be done, it seems like it's saying at the close of escrow or before the close of escrow. If you could talk about that a little bit.
The development agreement?
Yes.
That will happen before the close of escrow. So we will have 3 public meetings, 1 at Planning Commission and 2 at City Council, where the public will have plenty of chances to have input. The Planning Commission will have input, the City Council will have input before anything is adopted.
All right, great, thank you. And then the only other thing that I think we've been getting a lot of input on is the creek. And I just wanted to ask Director Hennessy if you would talk a little bit more about what that's going to look like.
We don't know. Honestly, frankly, based on what we're talking about today and what we know, the 1.61 acres that we talked about will look exactly like it does today. All options remain on the table to us. Nothing has been decided. All we've done is separate that land out from this exchange so that the city keeps it. All options are at our disposal.
Oh, okay. All right. So that's to be determined then. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I want to say up front, I'm in full support of this exchange. I think it's critical for a lot of different reasons that we're moving, and mostly it's the liability of the deferred maintenance that we have on the current buildings that we have, and the condition of our buildings, and how that results in taxpayer money going to basically throw good money after something bad. And thanks, Mr. Futrell, for taking on the bad. So I just want to make sure that when my questions come across, it's just for clarification purposes, not because I'm not in support of this. When was the last time we had a full assessment done on the property? Because you cite about $100 million of maintenance, but what year was that we had that study done?
The last complete facilities assessment was done in 2016. We have escalated those costs somewhat. We have added to that in pieces, but the last complete assessment was 10 years ago.
Okay, so with that said, if you haven't done that full assessment, knowing about how much the cost of construction has increased since 2016, what would your guess be if that was more of a realistic number of the liability that we currently have?
We escalated that number to $100 million and put the plus sign after it because I have no idea.
Okay.
It's definitely more than $100 million, whether that's, as we get into this and uncover different things, who knows? But I am certain that we don't know everything we would need to fix today until we started fixing it, and then we would find out more.
Like a true remodel. Okay, so that's I think something that's critical for us to also know, is that we actually don't know the potential of the cost of what it would even cost for us to fix this current liability that we're sitting on.
Yeah, the numbers that we shared earlier are best estimates.
That's a best
without
estimate.
starting to tear the buildings apart and fix them.
Okay, and so I think that's something else you mentioned that I hadn't heard before was the ADA that hasn't been completed in these buildings. Do you have any idea about how much that would be?
Yeah, that assessment was done at the same time across the full campus. That number was on the order of $8 million, but that number is 10 years old. And frankly, so all these buildings were built before the adoption of the Americans with Disabilities Act. I don't even know how we would fix some of the issues, like complete reconstruction to make some of these ramps grade accessible. I mean, it would be a major construction project.
And on the new property, do we have any of those concerns?
Everything has been updated since the adoption of the ADA, approved by city staff through the building permit process, and so we have no concerns.
Fully accessible.
That's right.
Thank you. And so I'm trying to make sure that the community and all of us know that really we have to do something that's critical at this point because of the liability. Scott, you mentioned the $4.5 million that we'd already set aside in reserves. Was that the money that we were going to appropriate for starting some of the critical needs of the campuses right now?
Yes, thank you for your question, Councilmember McDonald. Specifically as part of the adopted action for this current fiscal year, the 2026-2027 budget, we had been having conversations about our lack of facility funding and how we have a breaking point in many of our facilities. And at that point, council specifically directed to assign $4.5 million towards this function of the city. So those are funds that are essentially already accounted for as a way to think about it from a budgeting and an accounting perspective.
Great. And I see the month more like a rent back if we're not able to close escrow. It feels steep. I got to tell you, it feels a little steep on the potential of $500,000. But when I look at the space that you're talking about and the lease back, it feels that that's an appropriate amount and keeps the fire underneath us and makes us do our job, make sure that we're getting these public meetings done. And so I appreciate the negotiation part of it. And I'm not thrilled about that fund or that figure, but I understand the reason for it. So I will just say that, not happy about that part. But other than that, great job. And then finally, Jill, you spoke about it in the presentation. I know it's something that we've talked about several times is moving forward. And I think this is a critical component for the community to know is what policies are we going to put in place to ensure that there's deferred maintenance funds appropriated every year from the city of Santa Rosa so we don't have 6 decades of neglecting our buildings? And when will that be brought forward to us?
You have a chief financial officer and a director of transportation and public works who want nothing more than to decrease the maintenance liability of the city. So should this happen, you would see this as part of next year's budget. Scott and I will be back highlighting this issue, continuing to bang it home, and we'll probably ask you for something else to decrease liability in some other arena.
And I know it's not popular to set money aside for deferred maintenance, but we just don't want to put ourselves in this position again. I think that the community deserves us to appropriate money and their money, really, so that we can take measures and set aside money moving forward. I know we spoke about this specifically during the CalPERS conversation, Scott, as that liability goes away, that potentially in the future we would be able to capture that. One of my clarifying questions around this is the CIP funds that we set aside every single year to do deferred maintenance. Dan, does a portion of that go to our buildings, or is that strictly reserved for other parts of CIP?
A very small portion of it. So the $1.2 million from the general fund that goes into the ADA improvements account, that can be used on city facilities, not just for buildings, but for all city facilities, which includes curb ramps and parks and other things. So that gets stretched thin very quickly. That is the only eligible funding source that I have through CIP to improve city buildings.
That's very helpful, I think, for us to know from council, as well as the community to know that deferred maintenance funds have to come out of general fund and that we have to appropriate that because it cannot just be earmarked as a CIP funded project. So I appreciate that. And I want to commend all of you for bringing the information forward so that it's an understanding that it's not just a swap of property, but that this is a fiscal decision really for the council to make for our community. And to me, this makes financial sense for us. I know the $6 million a year that we'd need to appropriate to go down to 1 million, that's a pretty easy math equation of a savings that we won't be needing to appropriate from the general fund looking at our deficit. So thank you for laying it out the way that you did. I don't really have any more questions other than I'm hopeful that you'll get the direction that you need from council today, and I'll be in favor of it.
Thank you. Anything else from council? All right, members of the public, this is your chance. We'll start with people in council chambers, beginning with, it looks like, Abby Arnold, Richard Carlisle, and Derek Steffen.
First, buddy.
I'm going by what I have listed here, Dwayne, so I think a few folks beat you to the punch. Abby, Richard, and Derek. Abby, go ahead.
Good evening, council and mayor. I'm representing Santa Rosa YIMBY tonight, an all-volunteer organization of over 500 Santa Rosa residents. We are very pleased to support the proposed exchange agreement, which we think, if done right, will quickly bring more people downtown, save a lot of money for the city, and uncover Santa Rosa Creek, which is long hidden under this building. We have some recommendations for the development agreement, but in the interest of time and moving ahead with this tonight, I refer you to our written comments, and we will be there at your community meetings. Thank you so much, and please approve it.
Thank you, Ms. Arnold, and thank you, Santa Rosa YIMBY. Let's see, it's Richard and then Derek.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm Richard Carlisle. I'm a retired civil engineer and urban planner, and I'm very much in favor of this exchange. I was a young engineer 50-some years ago, working for the engineer that was the urban renewal engineer. So I did a lot of this. I designed the street that connected Mendocino Avenue with Santa Rosa Avenue, right through the square. And 50 years later, I got to design to put the square back together again. And the same thing with Prince Memorial Greenway. I was able to redesign that. This is your front porch. You have to have good urban design. This is another chance to make it right. Whether it's opening it up with the creeks, obviously, some housing can be put on this, and I'm glad that we got a local developer, Hugh Futrell, who has a track record. He understands what the city wants, what the city needs. But remember, this is your front porch. You can't put all the bedrooms on the front porch. And so I think it's really important that you have some public input, you get good urban designers in on this that can put us on the map. Thank you.
Mr. Kyle, thank you very much. Derek.
Council, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. Derek Steffen, Realtor and resident, a long time in the JC neighborhood. Very much would like to say thank you to staff and to consultants for this report. It's a very meaningful report to have at this juncture of time in our history in Santa Rosa. I will urge the council to consider this unanimously, as this is an important historic moment in the city of Santa Rosa. I'm the son of George M. Steffen, architect, now deceased, but he appeared in these council chambers over many years and supported many local projects as an architect in the downtown core and residential designs in Bodega Bay and beyond. One of the things that I think this report from staff and consultants has highlighted is not only cost savings, but it's a social value. And this is intrinsic to the community and to civic pride, but also civic use for many generations to come. I would definitely like to urge the design team in future iterations of use of this building to look at the top space. I don't know the engineering, certainly, sir, you would, and Mr. Futrell would, but a roof garden for the public and staff to use in the ethos of Kaiser Permanente's roof garden in Oakland. When I was a member of the team at Kaiser, we enjoyed it quite extensively on the top of a parking garage. And it was built because Mr. Henry J. Kaiser said, build a roof garden for people to use, and it was open for the public. And perhaps that could happen here in Santa Rosa, another beautification project. And lastly, my mom, Terry Steffen, is a big proponent of keeping the fountains or bringing them back to Courthouse Square. So wherever those fountains are, if they could come back, that would be great. Thank you.
Stay tuned, Mr. Steffen. Thank you very much. We're gonna go to Betty Andrews and then Dwayne DeWitt. Betty, are you in chambers? I am. Welcome, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Betty Andrews. I'm a 38-year resident of Santa Rosa, and I've been working throughout that time as a professional civil engineer, had an opportunity to work with my friend and neighbor, Mr. Carlisle, who you just heard from, back at the beginning of Focus on Santa Rosa Creek and the possibility of enlivening this feature of our downtown area. I worked on that Creek Master Plan in the early 1990s. I worked on Prince Memorial Greenway. I also worked on the hydrology and hydraulic studies that created the foundation for the FEMA flood maps that are provisionally out there and soon to be adopted for the city of Santa Rosa. And I want to applaud the staff for coming up with this solution. As a resident, it's been hard to see how we were going to solve this problem. So I like everything about it, with one exception. I'm worried about that 1.61 acres. I do not understand the basis for Director Hennessy's statement that all options are preserved. It's a very narrow corridor that has been set aside in this plan. I do not know what analysis developed that number and that plan form of land to preserve options along the creek. The Sonoma water staff who have been working on solutions for Santa Rosa Creek to deal with those culverts have not been consulted with. Those culverts are the biggest hydraulic constraint in the entire city of Santa Rosa. And this is a generational opportunity to make sure we set aside enough land to.
Thank you, Ms. Andrews. Mr. DeWitt.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland, but I've been in Santa Rosa all my life, pretty much. Remember the Occidental Hotel? Lasted for 100 years until 1976 when urban renewal decided they were going to help downtown. So it's been interesting to hear these discussions. One of the things that's most important for the public to evaluate the taxpayer liability is give the public the actual opportunity to speak more at the meetings, taking away the 3-minute limit, making it 2, running everything quick so everybody goes your way, is not the best way to have the public be served. And that's what we learned from urban renewal. So as it stands now, you haven't talked much about how Museum on the Square got the AT&T building, which was owned by the City of Santa Rosa's redevelopment agency in the past. And there was a deal done for the building to go over to a developer with an idea that housing would get in there. I went to those meetings, I participated. One of the things that happens when we get a lockstep kind of crew like you got here today is we're gonna lose. We're gonna lose money, so I ask you not to give any money to the proposed developer. Just do a straight across exchange. You've already made your mind up to give the land up, so don't give any of our taxpayer money over. I've watched development agreements be violated. I've seen it. I know what's gonna happen here in the future. The taxpayers are gonna be on the hook for things that cost more than you've been told, and down the road, you won't be accountable. No one will be held accountable. You all get to walk away, sadly.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. Does anybody else in council chambers wish to speak? Fred, are you making your way to the microphone?
Good afternoon again. As long as I stayed here this long, I might as well throw in my 2 cents. This reminds me of various complicated decisions that I've had to make myself with a lot of factors, and so it seems to me that the staff and everyone is making reasonable decision here. So I think that, you know, I don't have a problem with that. I'd like to follow up on Betty Andrews' comments. I did have a chance to meet with one of Sonoma Water's top engineers talking about the Central Santa Rosa watershed project and the culvert there. If you look at the future modeling in the Russian River sustainability study that Sonoma Water recently did, there's a shocking map of flooding in downtown Santa Rosa. And the engineer told me that was all because of the culvert that's on that area. That's the real problem. It's not the Matanzas Dam. And so that flooded all the way up to Montgomery Village. And so that looks like it could be a future serious problem. So I think that it would be worthwhile with Sonoma Water to step back and look at that culvert there and see if you got enough land. Maybe you need another ½ acre, or what you need to do to make it so that future flooding map would be greatly reduced. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. Anybody else in council chambers? Mr. Wigg, the floor is yours.
I am a resident here in Santa Rosa. I sent a letter last week to the council, which I hope you had a chance to read. But I've been an advocate of liberating the creek since the day I moved here and discovered that the creek was flowing under our city hall. And so I think there's an intention here when I began talking about the idea of liberating the creek I heard from countless people who for decades have been advocating for the same thing. So this is not a new idea. It's been around for a really long time. To be clear, I'm in full support, no, I should say full support. I am in support and concept of this project, of this transfer. I appreciate the work that the city staff has done to manage our city's financial situation. I, in fact, in support of a development here. I'd love to see more housing. I'd love to see more housing on this property. But last night when the maps were finally released to the public, as you heard from, I think Betty Andrews was her name, said so eloquently, we're talking about 1.6 acres that narrows to an incredibly narrow degree. We're talking about the length of, the width of a culvert. Whether or not that can accommodate daylighting a creek to any meaningful way to make that creek a real part of our community, I'm really doubtful in that. I wish that, again, the Creek's team and the System Water have been consulted prior to this. I feel like you were all probably moving to an approval this evening. So what I'll simply say to staff and of course the developer, Mr. Fertrell, is to please take a look at how that creek can become a centerpiece for the community, a benefit to the new development that's going to be taking place here, and really become a landmark for Santa Rosa. Thank you.
Evan, thank you. Anybody else in council chambers? Seeing none, let's go online. Madam Zoo host, does anybody have their hand raised? And if you are online, raise your hand or press *9. Lauren, anybody there?
Thank you, Mayor. We currently have 2 hands raised, 3 hands raised. We will start with Joey, and then next will be Chops, and then Ellen. Joey, I'm going to go ahead and enable your permissions to speak. You'll hear the timer to alert you to the 2 minutes. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, I want to, I have good memories in these chambers. I'm a Santa Rosa resident my whole life. I'm grateful for the opportunity to address City Council, and I hope Mr. Futrell is still there so we can pass this on to the board. I really want to echo what the last speaker said, as well as Yimby and Ms. Andrews about the creek. I'm concerned about the creek. I mean, the 1950s was a time of concretizing and channeling, and it was before the term ecology really existed. And here we are in 2026 with this great opportunity that, again, it does seem like you're going to vote yes on, and I think there's a lot of good reasons for. But I would really like you to I would like to put in the strongest language possible in this development agreement to mandate daylighting the creek, featuring the creek. I'm thinking of South Bend and how Mayor Pete Buttigieg grew to national prominence with the good work he did featuring the creek and saying, wait, this can be amazing. And building on I think, some of the mistakes we made with Prince Memorial. Let's learn from what many municipalities have done, and let's have the buildings face the creek, really, again, featuring it as an asset. If anybody's looking for a good summer read, just finished one called Is a River Alive by Robert McFarlane, and he's got a really good section in kind of highlighting some of what I'm saying here. So again, yeah, I have some skepticism about the 1.61 acres as well. I'd like you to take a closer look at that. I do think this is a great idea and a great project, but let's do it right, once in a generation opportunity. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Joey. Next will be Chops Teen Club, followed by Ellen. Chops, I'm enabling your permissions.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Kevin Anderson. I live in the West End Historic District of Santa Rosa. I also work in the downtown core as a program director at Chops Teen Club. I've had many interactions with many of you and respect the time and energy you put into making the city quite a good place to live. But Santa Rosa can be better, much better. And it is up to each of you to recognize the opportunity you have. The amenities we have here in Santa Rosa can rival any other city here. We have a small town feel with a big town energy. However, as many have already mentioned, we fly under the radar, and there is one major reason. Our downtown has been gutted from multiple urban renewal projects gone wrong. None of you made the choice to demolish historic buildings, bifurcate railroad and courthouse squares, destroy the walkability, ambiance, and connection. But here we are, over 50 years later, with an opportunity to bring back to downtown that charm. Not only must we daylight the Santa Rosa Creek, we must make it a prominent feature of the downtown landscape. Somebody mentioned Bend, but you could also think about Ashland Creek and Lithia Park of downtown Ashland, or heck, how about the San Francisco Embarcadero after the '89 quake? My daughter and I utilized the creek path from the west end of Sonoma Avenue for our daily bike commute to school. Birds, fish, river otters are just but a few of the amazing gifts we get daily. I urge you to not let this opportunity slip away. Own it. I love the words Mr. Hugh Fruteau, and I totally agree this can be a game changer for downtown Santa Rosa. He talked about contact with the community and transparency. Shape that in the way the public like. I love this. But we need to make daylighting a binding condition, not an aspiration. Set a design standard. Creekside development that faces the creek. And let's look at the whole space with the other John F. Shea Federal Building next door. Look at the whole thing. And at minimum, and Hugh Fruteau mentioned this, at minimum, a public design process, even well-publicized workshop before we go into any development agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Ellen. Ellen, I'm going to enable your permissions to talk. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you. I'm very impressed by all the work that has gone into this and appalled by the deferred maintenance. Overall, it seems to be an excellent agreement. However, I agree the creek is a sticking point, literally a sticking point when you speak of the culvert. I'm absolutely in favor of daylighting. I think making it a feature is wonderful. But far beyond that, the culvert is a liability far beyond perhaps the 100 million, considering what is happening with our climate and what floods have taken place in other areas. So I do think that while this is obviously on track to happen tonight, you have something that is huge and needs to be addressed here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. And I am seeing no other hands raised on Zoom.
Wonderful, thank you. All right, we will bring it back to council, but before we open it up to thoughts here, several of the speakers did raise an important issue, and one that the city is well aware of, and that is the importance of this site and that creek for flood control. And we certainly wouldn't want word to get out there that we were not in touch regularly with Sonoma Water. I myself was with the Sonoma Water team at the Matanzas Dam rehabilitation discussion just a week ago. We are well aware of the FEMA flood maps. We've been dealing with those for a couple of years now. Our Santa Rosa Water team has been, is constantly focused on this issue. Dan, very briefly, can you just confirm for the public that we do have flood control issues in mind, and we're well aware of the importance of this particular section of culvert?
Yeah, I want to highlight that the 1.61 acres that we mentioned is not a random number. We've done surveys out there to know exactly where the culverts are. We've kept an amount of land beyond the edge of the culverts so to give us flexibility in terms of what we do in the future. And so, like I mentioned, with respect to the land available where the culverts currently exist, all options are on the table. To anything that would happen on this property, we would still have to move somebody out of the way, these buildings out of the way to make something else happen. We have now from the edge of the property that we're keeping to the exchange agreement all the way into Sonoma Avenue if we need to reconfigure and make things happen. So there are still lots of options on the table, and frankly, conditioning any of that on Mr. Futrell would make this exchange agreement fall apart, whereas keeping us with the property allows us full flexibility of that land moving forward.
Perfect, thank you. And I think that underlines as well for the public who is rightfully interested in the creek, as all of us here are, how complicated and how public and how frequent those conversations are going to be. That is not going to be that's not going to be a simple meeting or two. That's going to be a long discussion of how that creek is best used for the city. So absolutely stay tuned. With that, let's bring it back to council. Final thoughts. Well, I'm looking for a motion, and I think I'm looking at is it Ms. Rogers?
Yes.
There we go.
I would just like to thank staff again. Thank Mott's LLC. Thank you, the consultants, and thank the mayor for allowing me to make this motion, because this is a very historical moment. I'm like beaming because I'm just so excited at the potential and what is about to transpire. So with that, I would like to make a motion to adopt 2 resolutions as presented by staff and way further
Reading of the text.
reading of the text.
Second.
This is how excited we are, people. Are we good with the motion in a second, Madam City Clerk? All right, if that passes muster, then let's call the roll. Call the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald.
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming. Councilmember Benuelos.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
I'll say, as a kid who was played in most of the creeks in Santa Rosa, I don't care how old I am, if it's ever unearthed and shown, I will be in that creek. So aye.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Okrepke.
Aye.
Mayor Stapp.
Yes.
Let the record show this passes unanimously.
All right, that is worthy of a little applause. All right, a big swing indeed. Thank you, city team, for getting us to this point. So after consulting with my colleagues, we're going to power on just to show that the city of Santa Rosa never rests, even when we're getting into hour 4. We're going to go back to our public comment on non-agenda matters. Our first public comment on non-agenda matters. And those of you heading for the door, be aware that we've got exciting items left to come. We're talking about stormwater charges. Yeah, no need to rush out. But first, this is your chance to make comment on items not listed on the agenda. Anybody in council chambers who's not simply walking towards the door wish to make comment on items not listed on the agenda? Fred, are you going to kick us off? All right, bring some order to the room, Fred. You're up.
Again, I've been sort of new to Santa Rosa, and I've felt like coming to the city council is kind of like visiting the Oracle of Delphi. The council has been somewhat inscrutable in my journey to find the aisle of equity and a just society. I have found the Oracle to be tremendously transparent. But this evening, I have to say that I was very impressed with Councilmember Bonuelo's comments, and I really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fred. And Oracle of Delphi, I appreciate that. All right, we're going to go Abby, Connie, and then Dwayne. Abby, you're up.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I am here tonight to invite each of you to participate in this year's A Week Without Driving. It's Thursday, October 1st through Wednesday, October 8th, and it's a national observation of the use of alternatives to cars. Each year, we ask elected officials and community leaders to experience the world as it's experienced by about 30% or more of your constituents who are dependent on public transportation options, walking and biking. These are your constituents who are too young, too old, physically unable, financially unable, or legally unable to have a personal car to drive wherever they need to be. Even if you are only able to participate for 1 or 2 days, we really urge you to make the commitment and try to get around without a car for a day or 2 during the week without driving. I hope you'll join North Bay Transit riders in experiencing our wonderful biking and walking assets, as well as our local public transportation, and that when you're doing that, you can note any needed improvements and you can recognize those parts of the system that are so wonderful and that deserves your recognition. Santa Rosa is proud to be part of this national movement. I'll be writing about it for Streets blog again this year. And again, the dates are Thursday, October 1st through Wednesday, October 8th. And if you let me know, I'll make sure that you get talked about your experiences described nationally through Streets blog. Thank you.
Thanks for organizing, Abby. Connie, Dwayne, and then Daniel. Connie, welcome.
Thank you. This is in regards to the city naming department. I was here starting this several years ago and spoke to some of you council members that had the city naming department kind of revise this. I'm going to try to skip through this. Anyways, this is in regards to, I'm a Santa Rosa resident submitting this request regarding an unnamed trail in Howarth Park. My friend Rick Varela took his life on that trail. A memorial tree and rock have already been approved by the Santa Rosa commissions and the city. Rick was born and raised in Santa Rosa and spent most of his life in this community and in Howarth Park. From a young age, he carved in the trail and the main trails with youth groups, friends, and adults. The park was his happy place. He worked as a local contractor in the area, doing freeway walls, schools, public buildings, private residents throughout Santa Rosa. Many people in Howarth Park knew him as doing bike tricks and performances. This petition seeks to name the current unnamed trail in the memory of him because of the lifelong connection to the park and the community. Most of all the community supported this. I'm moving to number 2 that has to reference to 51.21. At least 1,000 of the Santa Rosa resident signatures with 50% or more living within a half a mile of the city. Nowhere in that does it say that there's 1,000 required signatures and in addition, an additional 500. The way it's worded and the way I talked to the staff and previous people waiting for this for years, it was 500 from Sonoma County, Santa Rosa residents, and 500 from a half a mile. Moving further, the petition, the disparity, we submitted a total of 1,000 in my mind, and it came back 570 were Santa Rosa residents, and then they counted 304 from.
Connie, thank you for coming to speak tonight. I'm sure that our staff will be willing to speak further with you in the back.
Okay.
Moving on then to Dwayne and then Daniel.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. I come today because I want to ask you to put up some posters for Prisoners of War Missing in Action Day, which is 1 month away from today. It's next month. It's a national day of recognition. And it's important because America is always at war. My entire lifetime, we've been at war somewhere or another. And we're at war right now. It's not something that's talked much about, but we did a sneak attack on a country. We killed over 160 children. Think about that. Pearl Harbor, a sneak attack started World War II for America. There's a lot of things that go on with the fact that there are prisoners of war and missing in action, military members still unaccounted for. And we'd like to get some posters up here and get the city and the community to understand that we believe, us veterans believe, in the city's open government ordinance that specifically stated you would embrace a culture of open government to ensure public trust, engage the community, establish a system of transparency, public participation, and collaboration. And we're hoping that that's going to be something that you really delve into now that you talked about these new plans you have of what you're going to do to us here in the city. I'll leave you with this. You had a policy that if you had turned in a written comment, you couldn't speak on that same matter in that meeting. That's what you did to Fred Allenbach recently. But tonight, some people had turned in comments and then came and spoke again. You need to have equity and fairness in all you do. Thank you kindly.
Thank you, Dwayne. Actually, I'll address that point directly because the city realized that interpretation of the policy regarding the written versus spoken comments was an error. So we've apologized to Fred. In fact, we can call it the Allenbach rule change if you'd like. But you can submit both written and verbal comments. That's the explanation. Daniel, you have the floor.
First and foremost, I just want to thank the City Council and the public for being here today. I just wanted to comment on specifically on the creek that it was kind of a good decision from a financial standpoint, socially not the best. But I also want to thank Vice Mayor for working on Hopper Avenue. It's the first time I've ever seen anything being done there in a long time. And then also on the topic of technology as well, I want to talk about new policies that have not been arisen yet, like specifically for DoorDash drivers, Lyft drivers, like Amazon, specifically setting aside like apartments to follow policies to allow those people to deliver certain things, or even for the state or public offices. I think making a committee specifically for innovative policies to work on new things like Waymos to be passed specifically at a local ordinance level. Recently, Sacramento just passed a law that allowed the increase of Waymos from San Francisco to Sacramento. And then obviously we should pass that at a local ordinance. Looking at that from a general specific point of view, we should make a committee focus on innovative policies that allow us to look at things that are happening in the current society. Thank you so much to the City Council and the public today. Thank you.
Daniel, thanks for taking the time to come and speak. Are there any other members of the public in council chambers who wish to speak? Seeing none, we will go online. Madam Zoom host, does anybody online have their hands raised? Again, if you're online, press *9 or raise your hand.
Thank you, Mayor. There's no one on Zoom wishing to speak.
Perfect. All right, we'll close public comment. That will conclude the first public comment on non-agenda matters, bringing us to then item 16.1, which is our public hearing. Let's see, it's the public hearing. It's an ordinance introduction. The ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa amending the Santa Rosa City Code Chapter 14-21, Water Waste Regulations, to include definitions, prohibitions on irrigation of non-functional turf, compliance deadlines, and enforcement provisions. I think that's the end of that long title. All right, this is an exciting one given to us by the state, if I'm not mistaken, which we will emphasize throughout. But Ms. Cuellar, the floor is yours.
All right, good evening, Mayor, staff, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Lisa Cuellar, and we'll be walking you all through some specific revisions to our city's water waste regulation that is indeed required by state law, specifically Assembly Bill 1572. So California Assembly Bill 1572 was signed into law in 2023, and it explicitly prohibits the use of potable water to irrigate what's been termed non-functional turf on a host of property types, including commercial, industrial, and institutional properties, homeowners association, common areas. There are some exemptions to this prohibition, which includes irrigation that would be allowed to preserve the health of established trees and other perennial plantings. Public parks where people recreate on lawn would be exempt, cemeteries, and then in the event of an immediate health or safety need, you could have the ability to keep irrigating non-functional turf. So by January of 2027, which is approaching, the City of Santa Rosa must update its city code to address AB 1572 compliance, and we must notify those impacted by the regulation. This is a requirement folded into the regulation. So the purpose, as you might suspect, is really to proactively help urban water suppliers preserve our water supply, especially in light of cyclical periods of drought that we commonly experience within the region, water scarcity, et cetera. It also builds upon previous conservation legislation that passed SB 606 and AB 1668. I think that was a 2018 timeframe when that passed. It's referred to as making conservation a California way of life regulation. That regulation had water efficiency targets set for commercial, industrial, and institutional accounts for their outdoor usage. So this new regulation kind of piggybacks off of that. The state did formally acknowledge that potable water use for non-functional turf is considered wasteful and unsustainable. So the ordinance that is being presented tonight during the first reading is a way to revise our water waste regulations so that we are in fact in compliance with state law and really trying to support the long-term goals, conservation goals of the state and its regulators. There is a staggered compliance timeline for different property types to terminate their irrigation of non-functional turf. So as soon as January 1st of 2027, Department of General Services, local government, and public agencies have to discontinue irrigation of non-functional turf. That also includes public schools, followed the next year by commercial, industrial, and other institutional properties, and then in 2029, HOA common areas and common service, public service developments, I believe is the other term. Those, they have to come into compliance with the regulation. And then the 2031 deadline doesn't apply to City of Santa Rosa, but for local governments that are in disadvantaged communities, they have an extended timeline for compliance. Just to back up a little bit, because I mentioned the term and folks might be asking, well, what is non-functional turf? Essentially, it's irrigated lawn that is purely decorative and not regularly used for recreation or public or community gatherings. So if the only time you walk on the turf is to mow it, then effectively it is non-functional. These are some examples of areas of non-functional turf within the City of Santa Rosa, within our service area. A couple of business park examples where you see sort of some narrow strips there abutting the curb, around business park signage. That's pretty common throughout our community. And then the other example is suspected non-functional turf at an HOA, one of their common areas. And the associated deadlines are listed on the slide as well. The City of Santa Rosa, to be proactive, we did do an internal screening of all of our city-owned irrigation accounts to see if any of those were in fact irrigating non-functional turf. The good news is that after a pretty detailed review in GIS and doing some selected site reconnaissance, our water use efficiency team found only 2 sites to have non-functional turf. At the end of the day, parks and recreational areas were deemed excluded due to the functional nature of the turf, and then also they have several areas of established trees, and again, the turf can be irrigated to preserve the health of those established trees. This is an example of one of those facilities city-owned facilities with non-functional turf. It's Fire Station number 3. A pretty small patch, looking at about 1,000 square feet of non-functional turf. If the fire facility decided that they wanted to replace that non-functional turf, not just discontinue the irrigation to come into compliance with the regulation, but if they wanted to install a low water use landscape, the estimated cost of doing that is about $7 to $11 per square foot. So that would run our fire station anywhere between $7,000 and $11,000 to do that turf replacement. Just as a side note, we do have a cash for grass rebate program that's administered out of the water use efficiency section that could offset that cost by about $1,000 if they were to get pre-approved, which they likely would. So we are very aware that the public might be a little confused with this regulation. And so we have a communications plan in place. We are obligated by law to notify affected accounts. So I believe postage was put on that first batch of notification letters this afternoon, and should hit mailboxes by the end of the week. So all affected accounts will be notified. We're starting that process now. We have some WaterSmart branded fact sheets and guidance documents which live on our city website, which is presented here on the slide, www.srcity.org/NFT. We've also designated an email address where customers can send us questions, and the water sufficiency team will respond in a timely manner to help demystify the regulation, provide some guidance, offer some resources. And for our commercial landscapes, in an effort to prevent, a lot of hardscapes, gravel, other things that could potentially exacerbate the heat island, we are working on some resources to encourage them to replace, if they're going to replace the turf, to keep it green and do that with efficient irrigation in mind. As I mentioned, the water sufficiency team, we do have resources to support our commercial, industrial, institutional accounts, as well as HOAs, not just, again, meet the requirement of the regulation to discontinue irrigation, but to maintain aesthetically pleasing landscapes. Our Cash for Grass program would support that outcome, right, of keeping our city beautiful. We will, for our commercial accounts, we rebate for every square foot of turf removed. If they meet our design criteria and a low water use landscape goes in, we will rebate them at $1 per square foot with a cap of $10,000 annually per meter. We also have efficient irrigation rebates to, at $1,000 lifetime cap per meter. So that includes hardware and things like smart irrigation controllers for our commercial accounts. So this brings me now to the action item for this evening, which is introducing an ordinance to revise the city's water waste regulation. City of Santa Rosa did adopt, they codified our water waste regulations under City Code Chapter 14-21 in 1999. As the name implies, the purpose was to promote the efficient use of potable and recycled water by prohibiting water uses which constitute water waste. And folded into that regulation is an enforcement mechanism where we can, for violators of our water waste regulation, we have a process for issuing written warnings, then followed by administrative fines that escalate the longer the violation persists, and then ultimately, with Director Burke's approval, we could end up discontinuing water service. We do everything we can to prevent that outcome, but it is a enforcement measure that we could end up taking for violators. So the water waste regulation included as attachment 2 in the agenda package has the proposed red lines. The ordinance has a proposed red lines to the water waste regulation. In summary, it includes 13 new definitions taken verbatim from statute from the new regulation. It's simply to clarify terms that are listed in the prohibition, like what is a common area, what is non-functional turf, what is functional turf, what are common interest developments. We also clarified what water waste is, we included a new reference to water waste, citing potable irrigation of non-functional turf. We took verbatim from statute the prohibition and inserted that as a new prohibition in our water waste regulation, and then we just referenced the new prohibition in our enforcement section of the regulation. Again, the enforcement mechanism has not been modified. And I just wanted to note that by using the exact language in the regulation from California Water Code, we really are trying to reduce confusion for businesses, landscapers, property managers, and others that work in multiple service areas across the region. As far as budget impacts go, adoption of this ordinance really has no immediate budget impact. I wanted to note that customers that fall under this regulation that have more than 5,000 square feet of irrigated landscape have to self-certify directly to the state and not the city of Santa Rosa, which means that that administrative burden doesn't fall on our shoulders, and we dealt with at the state level. Potential long-term costs are really folded into the customer services the water use sufficiency team already provides. We offer compliance support for other conservation regulations. We enforce the water waste regulation, and we monitor some of those sites that are under enforcement. Any future funding requests will follow the normal budgetary approval process and would be addressed at the time if there were any increases that were needed. So the timeline for approval is listed on the screen above. We are through the first two items. BPU did make a recommendation to council on June 18th to approve the ordinance. So tonight is August 18th. We're here, City Council, to introduce the ordinance and host a public hearing and take public comments regarding the changes. If council moves to adopt the ordinance, then a second reading would occur on September 15th. And then the proposed effective date of the new code change would happen approximately on October 16th. That's 31 days following the second reading. So I'll end with the formal recommendation to council tonight. The Board of Public Utilities and Santa Rosa Water recommend that the council approve the first reading and introduce an ordinance amending Santa Rosa City Code, Chapter 14-21, Water Waste Regulations, to include clarifying definitions, a prohibition for irrigating non-functional turf with potable water, compliance deadlines per affected property type, enforcement provisions, and make other clarifying changes. This item has no impact on current fiscal year budget. And at this time, I would be happy to field any questions from the mayor, vice mayor, or the council.
Lisa, thank you very much. I'm sure you can sense the enthusiasm from the dais. Thank you for your presentation. All right, friends, what questions do we have? Ms. Banuelos.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I was just wondering, because we're on I know we have to do this. It sounds like this is something we have to do, so there's no really debate around that. But I'm just wondering, since this is relatively new, I'm wondering once it's effective, which I guess is October 16th, is there any kind of grace period for the property owners or anybody that might? I'm just wondering if people are going to start getting code enforcement right away, or is there a grace period while they're understanding what the non-functional turf is and all of that?
Thank you for your question. Just to revisit, there is a staggered compliance timeline. So the first property types that are affected are local government and public schools. And I just wanted to reiterate, to comply, they just have to turn off the irrigation. So it's sort of a simple compliance measure. We do understand that that could lead to some areas going from green to brown, which folks in the community might not like so much. The state does have, there is a hardship provision that was written into the regulation that does allow impacted properties to appeal to the state and ask for a 3-year extension. They do have to demonstrate some type of economic hardship, or there was a number of qualifying hardship categories that they could appeal to the state on. So those appeals go directly to the state, not to the city of Santa Rosa. And the state at this time has not released information about how to formally go about doing that. So we're sort of waiting to see when that information will be released so we can direct customers to that process to request the hardship extension.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, we'll go to public comment. Are there any members of the public here in council chambers who wish to comment? Seeing none, we'll go online. Madam Zoom host, is anybody online have their hands raised or has pressed *9?
They do not, Mayor.
All right. I confess I'm a little surprised we didn't get some comment on this item. Ms. Rogers. Oh, good question. That's right. We were doing a public hearing here, aren't we? All right. So here, I'm opening the public hearing. Back to council chambers. Any members of the public here wish to participate in the public hearing? There are none. Back to you online, Madam Zoom host.
No callers on Zoom.
Then we're closing the public hearing. Thank you. I wasn't paying attention. All right. Any final comments from the dais? All right. You had the difficult duty tonight, Lisa, of bringing this before us, especially after a long day. So thank you for bringing us into line with state regulations. It was something that had to be done. Thank you, Santa Rosa Water Team. We will comply, even if it's half-heartedly. All right. I'm looking for a motion from. Let's see. Is this Ms. Banuelos? Is this yours? We'll make a motion for us.
Okay. I move to approve the first reading and introduce the ordinance as presented by staff.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam City Clerk, we can call the vote whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming? Councilmember Banuelos?
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Okrepke?
Aye.
Mayor Stapp?
Yes.
Let the record show this passes unanimously.
All right. Thank you, and thank you again for the presentation.
Thank you.
We'll move on to our last item of the evening, item 16.2, our public hearing on the placement of annual stormwater enterprises charges on the Sonoma County property tax roll. All right, this is going to be a good one. We're awake again. Jennifer, are you doing this one? All right, Nick, we're all ears. Staff is making the way for the doors. Peter, you're walking out on this one? Shame on you. Nick, we're here. We're here and we're paying attention.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. My name is Nick Lynn. I'm a research and program coordinator with the Stormwater and Creeks team. Today, I'm going to be going over the placement of annual stormwater enterprise charges on the Sonoma County property tax roll. Just a very brief overview. Enterprise was created by council in accordance with Title 16 of the City Code in 1996. Provides funding for the implementation of city's NPDES permit and funds activities like creek restoration, stewardship, flood protection, public education, other activities as well. The calculated assessment is based on the ERU, equivalent residential unit, and considers size of parcel, amount of impervious surface, and land use for each parcel. The current ERU fee is $43.52, and that was approved by council during the 2026-2027 budget process. To simplify the payment process for property owners, it is requested that these charges be collected on the Sonoma County property tax roll on the city's behalf. These charges have been collected annually on the tax roll since they were established in September of 1996. It's in the best interest of the city that these parcels not billed by the county due to a minimum charge of $10 and/or parcels with known incorrect ownership be exempt from these billings. Any charges not collected will not affect other parcel charges. Today's public hearing, in accordance with Title 16 of the City Code, will adopt the Stormwater Enterprise Charge Report, approve placing the charges on the county tax roll for collection, and allow the public the opportunity to protest the method of collecting charges. Therefore, the Board of Public Utilities and Santa Rosa Water recommend that council by resolution adopt by 2/3 vote the Stormwater Enterprise Charge Report and approve placement of the Stormwater Enterprise charges on the Sonoma County property tax roll to be collected by the Sonoma County Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector at the same time and in the same manner as Sonoma County property taxes are collected, unless those charges do not meet the county minimum of $10 and/or parcel owner contact information is known to be incorrect. This item will have no impact on current fiscal year budget. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
That was masterful, Nick. Bringing it back to council. Surprise, surprise, no questions. All right, but it's a public hearing, so we're going to start our public hearing. opening this up to the public. Are any members of the public here in council chambers that wish to speak? Seeing none. Online, Madam Zoom host, anybody online?
We have no one wishing to speak on Zoom.
Thank you so much. All right, closing the public hearing. I feel like I should make comments or ask a question or something, but I'm too tired. I'm not doing it. We're going to thank you for your work. This is, again, necessary work on behalf of the city and the county. And with that, I'll look to let's see, Mr. Alvarez for a motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to adopt the resolution as presented by staff and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, and Madam City Clerk, you can call the vote whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming? Councilmember Banuelos?
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Krepke?
Aye.
Mayor Stapp?
Yes.
Let the record show this passes unanimously.
All right. Thank you again for the work on the presentation, both Nick and the entire Santa Rosa Water team. Thank you for being here tonight. That is the end of our substantive items. We have one more public comment on non-agenda matters. So opening that up, there are no members of the public here in council chambers to make comments. Madam Zoom host, anybody online for our second public comment on non-agenda matters?
No, Mayor, we have no one online wishing to comment.
Then we are officially adjourned. Thank you, everyone.